Chapter 654, Town Capturing. Starmoon City Stone Forest Town. Ever since the Stoneclaw Mountains had been discovered, the upper echelons of the various large guilds had realized the importance of Stone Forest Town. As a result, the various large guilds in Starmoon City had frantically gathered their members around the town upon receiving information regarding the Stoneclaw Mountains. Large guilds from other cities also mobilized their forces to Stone Forest Town. However, as the teleportation fees were a problem, they could not dispatch too many members. Most of the members they sent were the guild's elites after arriving at Stone Forest Town. These guilds would send their main forces to the Stoneclaw Mountains to grind for magic crystals, while leaving behind the majority of their elites to stand guard a short distance away from Stone Forest Town to observe other guilds at this moment. Stone Forest Town was surrounded. There were over 300,000 players watching the town, making the town's resident players quite uncomfortable. These 300,000 plus players were not ordinary players. They all were the elite members of various large guilds. They were stronger than even 3 million ordinary players. If these elites surged into Stone Forest Town at the same time, although the town was protected by level 55 dark NPCs, these NPCs would most likely fall under the fierce assault of so many elite players. The only fortunate advantage that they had was that these elite players belonged to multiple large guilds. They were not united, each guild having their own intentions, and here I thought this was our chance as dark guilds to rise to power. I didn't think that the Starmoon City's guilds would find out about the Stoneclaw Mountains so soon. Now, we won't even have a place to level up. What are you worried about? Don't forget that Stone Forest Town has the 3 great leaders. Furthermore, the guilds outside are not united. Unless some guild is looking to get itself killed and benefit the other guilds, they won't invade. You're not exactly wrong, but Starmoon City's first-rate guilds, Ouroboros and the Star Alliance, have dispatched most of their elites already. Of the 300,000 plus elite players out there, over 1/3 belong to those 2 guilds. Even if the other guilds don't make a move, those 2 alone are enough to capture the town. Stone Forest Town's red names discussed their current predicament. They were at a loss on what they should do next. Originally, they had simply lived here in peace. When they had nothing better to do, they would kill some players to earn some money or complete some high-level quests. They lived carefree lives. Hence, they had never imagined that such a massive issue would arrive on their doorsteps one day. On a hilltop a short distance away from Stone Forest Town, a group of players quietly observed the town below. These players were uniformly level 30 and wore level 30 fine gold or above equipment. Not far behind these players, there were more than 70,000 players, standing at attention. The majority of the players in this army were level 28, with the lowest being level 27. They were 2 or 3 levels higher than the current average level of players. These players were none other than the members of the Star Alliance, led by Galaxy Past. Star Alliance was also the guild that had dispatched the most players to Stone Forest Town, an army of 70,000 elite players. This was the strength of a first-rate guild. It was not something a second-rate guild could hope to compete with. Ordinary second-rate guilds would only have over 100,000 members, while a more powerful one would have up to 200,000 or 300,000 players. Of these players, only a maximum of 30,000 or 40,000 would be elite players. After deploying these elites across multiple cities, it would be amazing enough if a second-rate guild could dispatch 20,000 elites for a single expedition. However, compared to a first-rate guild like the Star Alliance, second-rate guilds were not worth mentioning. Guild leader. I've put together a detailed report on Stone Forest Town with the results from my investigation. There are roughly over 1,000 NPCs in the town, and the majority are level 55 elite guards. There are over 100 level 60 tier 1 NPCs, and roughly 30 level 60 tier 2 NPCs. If a fight breaks out, more NPCs might show up. However, the largest challenge of capturing the town will be Stone Forest Town's 3 great leaders. Flourishing Willow, who wore dark blue leather armor, reported softly, "Are the 3 great leaders very powerful?" Galaxy Past asked. According to the information I obtained from the red names living there, these leaders are only tier 2 NPCs. However, they possessed very high intelligence. They are far more powerful than ordinary Tier 2 NPCs regarding combat power. It is especially true for the great leader Suriya. He is a Tier 2 professional mage, and I have heard that he knows how to use large-scale destruction spells. Hearing Flourishing Willow mentioning large-scale destruction spells, everyone frowned. Large-scale destruction spells were Zerg Tactics' Achilles' heel. Moreover, a high-intelligence NPC's combat techniques were far more powerful than ordinary players. Based on the settings of God's domain, Suriya should be capable of displaying more than 50% of his actual combat power. In other words, he was at least as skilled as an ordinary expert if a player possessed the attributes of a level 60 Tier 2 NPC and large-scale destruction spells. Said player would be a natural disaster to the current players of God's domain, right? I've also received news that White River City's Zero Wing has sent people over. It seems that they have designs on this area as well. Flourishing Willow said. Zero Wing? Galaxy Pass laughed. This is the Star Alliance's home ground. Do they think that they can just show up and take a slice of the pie as well? Zero Wing was indeed powerful. However, that was limited to White River City. Stone Forest Town was in the Starmoon City region. How many people could Zero Wing possibly dispatch? Moreover, the ordinary guards one hired could not be used in the fields. Only personal guards could be used. On the off chance that a personal guard died, it would be extremely difficult to revive them. Hence, players would not use their personal guards casually. Even if Zero Wing sent its personal guards, their impact would be minimal. Ignore them. Since we can't capture Stone Forest Town in a short time, have the main force grind for magic crystals for now. However, we can't let Ouroboros relax either. Look for opportunities to kill some of its members. After all, the Stoneclaw Mountains still belong to our two guilds. Galaxy Past smiled lightly. It truly is fortunate that Chao Qinghua stole a large number of experts and elite players from Ouroboros. The Stoneclaw Mountains will belong to the Star Alliance. In Starmoon City, the Star Alliance had far more experts and elite players than Ouroboros. Currently Ouroboros barely held on. As for the other guilds in Starmoon City, they were nothing to the Star Alliance at this moment. Many guilds that had completed their investigation of Stone Forest Town had decided to give up on the idea of capturing the town. Instead, they shifted their focus towards grinding for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, as the majority of their elite members had yet to reach level 30 and could not enter the Stoneclaw Mountains, these elite members were tasked with leveling up as fast as possible. Meanwhile, at Ouroboros' base camp, Shifeng had just arrived with his team. Very quickly, Shifeng's group became the center of attention. The group was simply too impressive. Not only were the members of Zero Wing's main force uniformly level 30, but many in the Dark Gods Legion were also level 30. In addition, the most inferior piece of equipment worn by the group was fine gold rank. Most importantly, every member's aura inflicted a deep fear. They felt like a group of primordial beasts. Even those standing quite a distance away could not help but tremble when they glanced at this group of players. This is Zero Wing? Sure enough, their reputation is well deserved. Zero Wing is simply too powerful. We don't even have so much top-tier equipment. The members of Ouroboros could not help discuss Zero Wing's members. Meanwhile, when Gentle Snow emerged to welcome Shifeng and the others, she was similarly surprised. How did Zero Wing manage to recruit so many experts? Gentle Snow could clearly feel that, among the 400 players Shifeng had brought with him, many radiated an intense pressure. There were even a dozen or so people who felt extremely dangerous. Although she had been busy settling the guild's internal affairs, she had not fallen behind or neglected her own development. Throughout Starmoon City, extremely few players were capable of making her feel nervous. There were even fewer experts who felt dangerous to her. Starmoon City should only contain a handful of such experts. Yet, Zero Wing had over a dozen such people. It was simply inconceivable. Chapter 655, Flame Shaman. It had been a relatively long time since God's Domain launched. During this period, even an ordinary player's sensitivity towards danger had increased significantly, not to mention experts. Many a time, experts of God's Domain would not judge an opponent's strength based solely on the other party's weapons and equipment. They also judged their opponent's strength based on the degree of danger they felt from their opponents, and experts' combat power was not limited to their weapons and equipment. Combat techniques and powerful skills also affected a person's combat power. These were hidden aspects, not visible until combat. Hence, one had to rely on intuition to judge a person's strength. Gentle Snow was very confident of her own perception, because up until this day, her intuition had never failed her. It reminded her of her first encounter Yi Feng. Although Yi Feng's equipment had been pathetic, his level had been very low, and he had not felt threatening in the least. Her intuition had told her that Shi Feng was extraordinary. And indeed, her intuition had not been wrong. Time had proven that Shi Feng was truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow's intuition currently told her that the group of people in front of her was very deadly. They were not as simple as they appeared. It felt as if every single player had a ferocious beast hidden inside their bodies. Only, these beasts had yet to expose their true nature. Zero Wing is growing more mysterious by the minute. Gentle Snow laughed bitterly as she subtly examined the crowd from Zero Wing. In the past, Zero Wing had been no more than a small, weak guild. Yet, before anyone realized it, the guild had grown into a towering existence. Even Ouroboros had to treat Zero Wing seriously. Fortunately, their two guilds had long since formed an alliance. Otherwise, Zero Wing would be a formidable enemy. Let's talk inside, Gentle Snow said as she led the way to a large tent. Shi Feng nodded and entered the tent with Aqua Rose and Fire Dance. During God's Domain's early stages, players only had needed to travel for a short time to arrive at their destination. However, as players reached higher levels, the time they spent on travel increased. When going out to the fields to level up, it was typical for players to not return to their respective cities for several days. Meanwhile, when players wished to rest, they could rely on these field tents. HP and mana would recover quickly when consuming food and beverages. However, concentration and stamina would not. Generally, players had to return to a city to rest and recover. With a field tent, however, there was no need to do so. Although the recovery speed while inside a tent could not compare to resting in a city, it was sufficient. Only, ordinary players could not afford a field tent. Just an ordinary 6-man tent sold for 10 gold at NPC shops. Not to mention 20-man, 50-man, or 100-man tents. Not only did one need enough money to purchase a 100-man tent, but they also needed a certain amount of reputation. The large tent before them was a 100-man tent, and it had cost 200 gold. If one had sufficiently high reputation, they could receive a small discount. However, even then, a 100-man tent would still cost more than 150 gold inside. The tent looked like a guild residence's conference hall. Currently, more than a dozen people sat inside the tent, and every one of them was a member of Ouroboros's upper echelon. They were uniformly level 30, and their equipment was among the best one could find. Meanwhile, the beautiful and vibrant Zhao Yueru relaxed amongst these players, currently dressed in white and red luxurious mage robes. In her hand, she wielded a red jade staff covered in runes. Looking at the faint red glow that surrounded the staff, one could immediately tell it was an extraordinary item. Furthermore, a faint flame-red aura surrounded the caster. She looked like a goddess of fire. Flame shaman? Shi Feng concealed his surprise when he saw Zhao Yueru, who had undergone a massive change since the last time they met. Flame shaman was a hidden class, and its legacy rank was similar to the Astromancer. It was considered an advanced legacy. As the name suggested, it was a class that specialized in controlling flames. However, a flame shaman was not as balanced as an elementalist. The class specialized in attacking and destroying everything. In terms of damage output, the class was far superior to an Astromancer. It was an extremely violent class in the past. Zhao Yueru's fame had only started to soar after she class changed into a flame shaman. The public had known her as the Flame Witch. Shi Feng never imagined that Zhao Yueru would become a flame shaman so quickly, even against an MT of the same level geared with top-tier equipment. A flame shaman could finish them off in 2 or 3 moves. A flame shaman could practically one-shot an ordinary MT. However, although the class's damage was astounding, it was also because of this that flame shamans had very few survival and life-saving abilities. In dungeons and team battles though, they were beyond scary. They were practically Tomahawk cruise missiles after sweeping a glance over everyone present. Shifeng understood the general situation regarding Ouroboros' top combat power. Although Ouroboros had lost many of its top combatants, the guild was still much stronger than second-rate guilds with its remaining forces. This is the data we collected on Stone Forest Town, Gentle Snow said as she handed Shifeng a folder. Slowly she explained, currently, every guild is trying to occupy the town. However, the town is strong enough to avoid capture. Even if we combine our guild strengths, I suggest that we strike at the Stoneclaw Mountains first, harvesting magic crystals and building our strength. With both of our guild's experts, we should be able to occupy the high-resource areas within the mountains quickly. We can then use the opportunity to widen the gap between us and the other guilds. Currently, nobody could do strike against Stone Forest Town. The best option right now was to accumulate their strength. This was also why Gentle Snow had asked for Zero Wings help. There is no need to go through all that trouble. We can just capture Stone Forest Town. Once we occupy the town, it will be simple to obtain the rights over the Stoneclaw Mountains, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He did not agree with Gentle Snow's idea in the past. It was precisely such thinking that had led to the various large guilds ending in a deadlock with each other. As a result, more guilds had involved themselves in the situation in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Once that happened, they would lose the chance to capture Stone Forest Town. At this moment, the various large guilds were still helpless against Stone Forest Town, so they would focus their attention on the Stoneclaw Mountains. This was the best chance to capture Stone Forest Town. Otherwise, if time dragged on, the number of guilds in the area would increase. At that time, the number of experts who were interested in this area would also increase, and their chances of capturing Stone Forest Town would decrease. Hearing Shifeng's resolve, Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. That was suicide. Immediately she explained, you should have seen the information regarding the 3 great leaders for yourself. All 3 are high-intelligence NPCs. They are equivalent to expert players who have reached the 5th floor. They also possess large-scale destruction spells. Furthermore, if we attack Stone Forest Town, the other guilds will not sit by and do nothing. They will take advantage of the situation and try to annihilate us. What if we don't give them the chance? Shifeng smiled confidently. On his way here, Shifeng had considered the matter of Stone Forest Town extensively. It was extremely difficult to deal with the 3 great leaders. Not to mention, they would have to give the other guilds the slip. However, there was a simpler method of capturing Stone Forest Town. Chapter 656, Crazy Decision. Don't give them the chance? Gentle Snow grew curious. There were over 300,000 guild elites stationed close to Stone Forest Town. Of them, 70,000 belonged to the Star Alliance, while Ouroboros only had 50,000. Even if both first-rate guilds banded together, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to the other guilds. Hence, every guild was maintaining this temporary peace. Nobody dared provoke anybody else. However, if a guild decided to attack Stone Forest Town, so much commotion would attract the other guild's attention. At that time, no one would not sit by and let someone else capture the town. The other guilds would definitely work together to exterminate the mutual enemy. Because of this, even Star Alliance, with its numerical advantage, would not dare to take action now. However, Shifeng insisted that they attack Stone Forest Town without giving the other guilds the opportunity to retaliate. How would that even be possible? There were level 55 and level 60 NPCs defending the town. Among them, there were even Tier 2 NPCs. A level 60 Tier 2 NPC was even stronger than a level 30 Great Lord. Not to mention, there was more than just one level 60 Tier 2 NPC defending the town. The Great Leader Surya, who wielded large-scale destruction spells, also defended the town with Ouroboros' 50,000 elites. It would be a bitter battle to capture Stone Forest Town. There was also no certainty that they would succeed. Yes, don't give them the chance. Shifeng nodded as he repeated himself. When the time comes, everyone needs to dispose of the town's NPCs as quickly as possible, and leave the rest to me. Shifeng had conquered many towns in the past, So he was quite familiar with the method. It was not an easy task for a guild to gain control of a town first. Players had to dispose of every NPC within the town. Leaving even one NPC alive would result in failure. Second, players had to obtain the town token that the leader of the town guarded. After completing these two tasks, one would obtain the authority to rule over the town. Hence, it was extremely difficult to capture a town with a large number of competitors nearby in the past. After the Stoneclaw Mountains profits had been distributed, no guild bothered with capturing Stone Forest Town. However, things were slightly different in this life. Currently, various large guilds' main forces and elite members had gathered near the Stoneclaw Mountains, making this the perfect opportunity to capture Stone Forest Town. However, they only had a small time frame to do so, as it took less than 2 hours to travel from the Stoneclaw Mountains to Stone Forest Town on foot or 30 minutes on a mount. Fortunately, no one had reached level 40, yet are you planning to hold off all of those guilds by yourself? Gentle Snow asked, flabbergasted. She highly doubted that Sherfong could achieve this feat. They were talking about more than 250,000 elite players. How could one person possibly hold off that many players? Sherfeng's words stupefied everyone else in the tent, as well. Although they had long since realized that Sherfong was crazy, they had not thought that he was this crazy. Sitting beside Sherfong, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose were similarly shocked. Shortly after, however, they both smiled bitterly. Although they had no doubts that Sherfong could escape the clutches of 250,000 elite players, no matter how they racked their brains, it was impossible to fend off 250,000 elite players, preventing this army from harassing them while they attacked Stone Forest Town. Yet, Sherfong had never once failed to keep his word, regardless of how insane his claim sounded. He would never give his word if he were not confident of keeping it. One man, holding off 250,000 elite players. Just thinking about it gave them goosebumps. Relax, it'll be fine. However, whether or not we succeed will depend on how fast you can clear the NPCs in the town, Sherfong said confidently, following which, Sherfong gave Fire Dance and Aqua Rose their respective orders. In the upcoming battle, Fire Dance was tasked with leading the main force, while Aqua Rose was tasked with leading the Dark Gods Legion. As for Gentle Snow and the others, they still hesitated to make a decision. Snow, are we really going to do this? You know how insane this is, right? Zhao Yueru asked softly. Gentle Snow took a deep breath. In the next moment, cold determination flashed in her eyes as she said, "We have no other options. The Star Alliance grows stronger by the day. Other guilds constantly harass us as well. At this rate, the Star Alliance will overtake us." Afterward, Gentle Snow began organizing her guild's forces, preparing for battle. Sherfong, however, was in no hurry. First, he investigated the various large guilds, particularly their main forces, before they took action. Sherfong used the Bible of Darkness to summon a Tier 2 demon. 3 hours later, Sherfong summoned another Tier 2 demon. The two level 35 Tier 2 demons were as large as small hills. Tier 2 demons were the equivalent of Lord-ranked monsters. It was quite reassuring to have two level 35 lords on their side. I never imagined that Black Flame would have something like this. It's no wonder he was so confident of fending off the other guilds. Gentle Snow was stunned when she saw the two powerful Tier 2 demons. Even a 100-man team could deal with an ordinary Tier 2 demon, although they might struggle. However, a Tier 2 demon under a player's control was far more terrifying. It could annihilate even a 1,000-man elite team. If two Tier 2 demons banded together, their impact would be multiplied several folds. With these two Tier 2 demons, Sherfong could successfully delay the other guilds for some time. Just as Zero Wing and Ouroboros were about to mobilize their forces, the various large guilds received news of this matter. The various large guild each had their own information network. With Ouroboros mobilizing such a large army, how could news of it escape the eyes and ears of the various large guilds? Has Gentle Snow gone mad? She really believed Black Flame? Does she think Black Flame is a god that can fend off an army of 250,000 players? Galaxy Past, who was currently in the Stoneclaw Mountains, laughed madly when he received this information. Notify the others immediately. If Ouroboros dares attack Stone Forest Town, find an opportunity to strike. Galaxy Past wasn't the only person with such thoughts. The other guild leaders similarly thought that Gentle Snow had lost her mind. Black Flame was similarly insane. Did he really think that their guild's elite members were blockheads that would just stand by and die for him? If all 250,000 players worked together, the ranged attacks alone could kill a lord of the same level instantly, not to mention a player suddenly. The various large guilds surrounding Stone Forest Town began mobilizing their forces, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. Now, all that was left was for Ouroboros and Zero Wing to move as, for the various large guilds' main forces and elite members. They all continued grinding for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains. News sure flies. However, this isn't too bad either. It would have bothered me if they didn't make a move, Shifeng chuckled. He then activated the aura of Wind's Wind Rider, transforming into a blur as he flew to Stone Forest Town. What is he trying to do? Gentle Snow muttered in confusion. Shifeng's actions even confused Fire Dance, and Aqua Rose as Shifeng had not revealed his true plans. Let's begin then. Shifeng grinned. Immediately, he swapped the aura of wind for the aura of fire. He then cast Firestorm on Stone Forest Town's NPC stronghold. Suddenly, flames engulfed the third and highest floor of the stronghold. Some nearby players turned to ash instantly. As for the NPCs inside the stronghold, they sustained heavy damage as well in the blink of an eye. The stronghold's third floor was nothing more than scorched ruins. The crowd watching from afar was stupefied. Shifeng had actually attacked the NPC's stronghold by himself. He was seeking death. At this moment, a white-haired old man in black robes emerged from the ruins. This old man was Sariya, a level 60 tier 2 NPC. Looking at Shifeng, Sariya shouted angrily saying, "Intruder! You actually dare to provoke me? I will show you how terrifying it is to anger a mage." Sariya, great leader, professional mage. Level 60. HP 500, 000/5, 500 000. In addition, 2 NPCs with imposing auras stood beside Sariya, and they were the second leader, Lime, and third leader, Paddle Lime, second leader, Swordmaster. Level 60. HP 6, 500 000/6, 500 000. Pado, third leader, Berserker Master. Level 60. HP 7, 000/7, 000/000. Shifeng's Firestorm had only dealt around -80,000 damage to the 3 leaders, a meager amount comparing to the millions of HP they possessed. However, their stronghold's destruction was what truly infuriated the 3 leaders at this moment. The 3 leaders glared at Shifeng, their eyes containing the promise of a painful death, laughing. Shifeng turned and flew away. Nobody can escape our fury. Sariya and the other 2 leaders summoned their mounts and chased after Shifeng. The difference between having a mount and not having a mount was massive. Despite Shifeng having activated Wind Rider, the 3 NPCs caught up with him very quickly. Shit, they're heading towards us. The spectating guilds quickly noticed that something was off as Shifeng flew towards them. Wind Rider only had a short duration of 24 seconds. Shifeng could cover just enough distance in that time to land right in the middle of the various large guilds. At this moment, Sariya, who rode his horse, drew line after line of runes in the air. He then flicked his finger, and suddenly, thunderclouds began to condensing above the army of players turned to ash. Sariya revealed a sinister smile as he cast the Tier 2 spell, Lightning Storm, on Shifeng's location. Chapter 657, Pits of Despair. Hearing the rolling thunder above him, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade. He then dashed towards the largest crowd. Although the Tier 2 spell, Lightning Storm, was not a large-scale destruction spell that dealt ridiculously high damage, the spell covered a very wide area, up to a radius of 100 yards. After the Tier 2 professional mage had chanted the spell's full incantation, even Shifeng could not withstand or evade the attack. Hurry! Get rid of Black Flame. The upper echelons of the various large guilds saw through Shifeng's ploy. He intended to kill them with a borrowed sword. Hence, as long as they killed Shifeng first, their problems would be solved. However, Shifeng's attributes were far above the standard of current players. Even the strongest powerhouses of the various guilds could not compete with Shifeng in terms of basic attributes. Moreover, as Shifeng had buried himself in the crowd, nobody dared to launch casual attacks. It was especially true for the ranged classes. It would be very easy for their attacks to hit their allies. Only the melee classes could attempt to pin Shifeng down. However, could elite players possibly predict Shifeng's actions? Moreover, Shifeng was extremely cunning as he dashed towards the healer's hurry up. Use control skills. Don't worry about friendly fire. The upper echelons hurriedly commanded as the magical classes began chanting their spells. The thunderclouds in the sky reached their climax. In the next moment, blue lightning descended from the sky. For a moment, it looked as if the end of the world were upon them as bright lightning and booming thunder took over the field. When the lightning strikes stopped, silence fell. Everyone was stupefied. All players that were within spell's range had received over -5,000 damage each time the lightning descended. After more than a dozen lightning strikes, even the high HP MTs who had activated Shield Wall and such life-saving skills gave up the ghost. Meanwhile, with his extreme speed, Shifeng managed to escape Saria's lightning storm after receiving a couple of lightning strikes. Everyone else, however, met a tragic end. In order to deal with Zero Wing and Ouroboros, the various large guilds had prepared and gathered together. Shifeng just so happened to land in the middle of that crowd. After the lightning storm ended, nobody within the spell's effective radius of 100 yards had lived. Instead, only weapons and equipment occupied the space. This scene caused witnesses to gasp and shiver. Is this the power of a Tier 2 NPC mage? Gentle Snow's expression turned grim as she looked at the hollowed, scorched area that had previously held a sea of people. Previously, Gentle Snow had thought it was feasible to capture Stone Forest Town with only 50,000 elite players, if they did not have to worry about the other guilds' harassment. After watching this, however, even if they had an army several times larger, capturing the town was utterly impossible. From a rough estimate, around 8,000 people must have died from that single spell. When Saria saw that Shifeng was still alive, unharmed even, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He then began chanting another Tier 2 spell. Meanwhile, the two other leaders of Stone Forest Town began to massacre the players before them as they charged towards Shifeng. Against level 28 and level 29 elite players, the two level 60 Tier 2 NPCs only needed one hit to end their lives. The two NPCs were like meat grinders as they butchered the various guilds' elites. As for Shifeng, he did not bother putting up a heroic fight against the NPCs. Instead, he simply turned around and fled, running to the highest concentration of players. Not only could he reduce the number of enemies this way, but he could also utilize the elite players to pin down the three great leaders, giving him more time to escape with his life. The strength of level 60 Tier 2 NPCs with high intelligence was no laughing matter. Even a level 35 Great Lord would not be a match for these NPCs. Otherwise, the various large guilds would not have hesitated to capture the town. Black Flame, are you trying to make an enemy of every guild here? An upper echelon from one of the guilds shouted, veins popping from anger. Everyone had already witnessed the three great leaders' strength. If they did not stop Shifeng, their guilds would suffer tremendous losses. The guild members that had accompanied them were not normal members. These members were their guild's foundations. If even a fraction of these players died, it would set their guilds back tremendously, not to mention if they lost half or even 3/4. Losing half or more of their members would deal an irrecoverable blow. Black Flame, even if Zero Wing is more powerful, your guild will pay if you oppose every guild present. We can still negotiate for peace if you stop now. Don't make the wrong decision here. Watching the slaughter of their guild members, the upper echelons of the various large guilds tried their best to stop Shifeng. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. Shifeng was simply too fast. Their guild's experts were currently grinding in the faraway Stoneclaw Mountains. With just their elite members present, they could not pin down Shifeng. Sure. Don't say I never gave you a chance. Instruct your guild leaders sign a contract stating that your guilds will no longer meddle with matters pertaining to Stone Forest Town immediately. Shifeng replied. Black Flame, don't go overboard. If you don't stop now, don't blame us for taking action against Zero Wing's members. Walk away from Stone Forest Town? Even without reporting Shifeng's demands to their higher-ups, they knew it was impossible. If Zero Wing and Ouroboros occupied a strategic location like Stone Forest Town, it would only be a matter of time before the Stoneclaw Mountains would fell their hands as well. Hence, they could not agree to this condition at this point. None of the large guilds dared to strike the three great leaders in fear of shifting the NPC's aggro towards themselves as for having their members scatter and flee. Although they could reduce their losses by doing so, once scattered, they would no longer be a threat to Ouroboros and Zero Wing however. Dealing with Zero Wing's 400 members would be a piece of cake for their armies. Even Shifeng could not save his allies. At that time, both sides would end in mutual destruction. With neither side obtaining any benefits, what a pity. You leave me with no choice then. Shifeng then proceeded to dash towards the next crowd of players. You will regret this. The upper echelons of the various guilds had never imagined that Shifeng would be so decisive and unafraid of their mutual destruction. At this moment, the guild leaders of the various guilds, who currently resided in the faraway Stoneclaw Mountains, had received news of the attack. Black Flame has truly lost his mind this time. He actually dares to declare war against all of our guilds. Since he wants to play, let's play. Tell them to send a small detachment to take out Black Flame. Everyone else is to split up and delay Ouroboros and Zero Wing as much as possible. I doubt that Black Flame will lead the three great leaders towards his own allies. Galaxy Pass laughed. Immediately he commanded, everyone retreat from the Stoneclaw Mountains and hurry to Stone Forest Town. Also, contact the other guild leaders. I want to show Black Flame and Gentle Snow that they are doing nothing more than digging their own graves. Before this occurred, the Star Alliance and Ouroboros had both been intimidating guilds. Hence, none of the other guilds would have worked with either one of them. Now, however, the situation changed as Ouroboros actively stirred up trouble. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down if the Star Alliance could band together with the other guilds to deal with Ouroboros. Not only could they obliterate Ouroboros in one fell swoop, but it would also have a better chance of obtaining Stone Forest Town. After all, within the Star Moon Kingdom, no other guild could possibly stand against the Star Alliance. Once Ouroboros was gone, the Star Alliance's word would become law. A short moment later, sure enough, the guild leaders of the various large guilds had formed an alliance with the Star Alliance to deal with both Ouroboros and Zero Wing, after the various large guilds surrounding Stone Forest Town banded together. According to Galaxy Pass's plans, they sent out a force of 80,000 players to suppress Ouroboros and Zero Wing. As for the remaining forces, they scattered and circled the town, preventing anyone from escaping Black Flame. It's too late. Today we'll teach you the consequences for antagonizing the masses. The upper echelons of the various guilds directed their members to suppress Ouroboros and Zero Wing. Even if the three great leaders were more powerful, with everyone spreading out, even if the NPCs had free reign, they would only kill a limited number. Against an army of 250,000, that number would only be a drop in the bucket. Meanwhile, the various large guilds had forced Ouroboros and Zero Wing into a corner. It was extremely easy for an army of 250,000 elites to suppress 50,000 elites. Not to mention, the experts of each respective guild were on their way. When their main forces arrived, Ouroboros and Zero Wing would be finished. They banded together as expected. Shifeng frowned. However, he just shook his head and laughed. Since you want to go for mutual destruction, I'll show you the pits of despair. The three great leaders protecting Stone Forest Town had not revealed all of their strength. Stone Forest Town was in such close proximity to the Stoneclaw Mountains. With the massive benefits from the mountains, how could Stone Forest Town possibly be an ordinary town? Chapter 658, Nightmare Descends. Aqua, lead everyone away from the town immediately, Shifeng said through a whisper. Understood. Aqua Rose was slightly stunned by this command. Originally, she had thought Shifeng would use Zero Wing's trump card. She had not expected him to order a retreat and give up on Stone Forest Town. However, since Shifeng had given the command, Aqua Rose had no choice but to lead everyone away. Gentle Snow's army similarly retreated throughout Star Moon Kingdom. There was not a single guild that could stand against an army of 250,000 elite players. If they continued fighting, only death awaited them in truth, though even if they did fight, their enemy would not leave unscathed either. Both sides would be destroyed in terms of equipment. Zero Wing's main force was far superior to the other guild's experts, not to mention their elite players. After the main force had swapped out their Tier 2 gemstones for Tier 3 gemstones, their attributes were simply overwhelming. In addition, there were currently no enemy experts to pin them down as a result. The Zero Wing's main force swept like a scythe across the enemy forces, leaving only devastation in its wake. Spell after spell bombarded Kola, Yi Wumian, and Turtledove, who stood at the forefront of the team. However, these spells had not even tickled the 3 MTs. Even the most powerful attack only dealt slightly over -1,000 damage. However, all 3 MTs had over 10,000 HP each. Moreover, the majority of their enemies' attacks had not even landed. These MTs only needed a single heal to recover to full HP. There were also the 2 Tier 2 demons. Both Tier 2 demons were melee fighters with over 3 million HP each. Under Shifeng's control, both demons were like gods of destruction. The 2 demons were unstoppable as they targeted the enemy healers. Also, although Shifeng could not control the 2 demons perfectly, he could maneuver them to avoid as many attacks as possible. In terms of basic attributes, the 2 level 35 Tier 2 demons were much stronger than even Shifeng. Even their strength was superior to Shifeng's, who wore Tier 3 strength attributed gemstones. So, how could ordinary players hope to touch them? Only if everyone concentrated their attacks on the 2 demons and sealed off their escape routes would the 2 demons receive some form of damage. However, with Zero Wing's healers and the demons' innate battle recovery, they could very quickly recover the lost HP against the 2 Tier 2 demons' assault. The various large guilds suffered scores of deaths, with every passing second. After only a few minutes of battle, the coalition of guilds had lost nearly 7,000 elite players. Zero Wing claimed just as many lives as the 3 great leaders. The members of the various large guilds felt like a knife had been plunged into their hearts as they watched. Without any of their guild's experts, they were helpless against a team like this. This was also why the various large guilds were desperately trying to nurture experts and frantically fighting over the Stoneclaw Mountains. The only consolation was that Ouroboros suffered similar losses. Since the battle had begun, Ouroboros had lost over 2,000 members as both sides watched their companions die. An intense fighting spirit began to fill their hearts. At this moment, the area around Stone Forest Town was like an ancient battlefield. Meanwhile, the red names in Stone Forest Town, where dumbfounded players were killing each other all over the place. There were players dying every second. Even experts would be insignificant in a war of this scale in comparison. Their kill counts were a joke. While Ouroboros and Zero Wing retreated from Stone Forest Town, Shifeng activated Windwalk and crushed a speed scroll as he dashed towards the town. Meanwhile, the 3 great leaders followed closely behind. Haha. Black Flame is finally scared. Too bad that it's too late for regrets. Brothers charge. Don't let anyone from Ouroboros or Zero Wing get away. With the Star Alliance taking the lead, the other guilds enthusiastically chased after Ouroboros and Zero Wing's remaining members. However, as the 2 guilds charged at the enemy encirclement, everyone finally witnessed Zero Wing's strength. With just 400 members, Zero Wing had easily torn apart the encirclement of over 10,000 players. Casting stars of light, over 1,000 players died by Blackie's hand in the blink of an eye. As for Fire Dance, she was like a ferocious beast as she charged into the enemy crowd. With a swing of her short swords, she easily sent players flying and dispersed the crowd. There was even less need to mention the strength-based classes like Kola and Rampant Blade crashing into the enemy frontlines with his shield. Kola easily sent 5 level 28 and level 29 MTs flying. Damages of over -1,000 points, appearing above the enemy players' heads. After absorbing an accumulated damage of 5,000 points, he then activated Blue Fire Shield, causing 150% damage to an area of 3 by 10 yards in front of him. The enemy players before him lost over half of their HPAs for Rampant Blade. He brandished his blue fire double-edged sword, killing an enemy player with each hit. From time to time, he would also trigger the blue fire dance, instantly wiping out a group of elites. However, when it came to group killing capabilities, Aqua Rose was the strongest of them all. Not only was she a glass cannon, but she also had the blue fire heart. She could summon 3 elite-ranked blue fire crows to assist her in battle. Although the blue fire crows were only elite-ranked, and were the same level as Aqua Rose, level 30, their attack power would increase based on Aqua Rose's intelligence attribute. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose currently wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment. In addition, she was also fully equipped with Tier 3 gemstones. Her total intelligence was over 400 points. Overall, each elite-ranked Blue Fire Crow could rival a special elite of the same level. However, the Blue Fire Crow's most impressive aspect was their growth skill. 1 minute after the Blue Fire Crows had been summoned, they could grow from elites to special elites. After 5 minutes, they would become chieftains. After 10 minutes, they would become lords. After 18 minutes, they would become high lords. Finally, at 27 minutes, they would become great lords. At that time, even though the Blue Fire Crows would only last for 3 more minutes, 3 level 30 great lords could easily wipe out an army of 1,000 level 30 elite players. By this point, 18 minutes had passed since the Blue Fire Crow's summoning, so all 3 were already high lords. Their damage could rival even great lords. Aside from MT classes, the Blue Fire Crows only needed 1 strike to kill the other classes. How is Zero Wing so strong? Even though they have so few people, they've killed over 10,000 of our troops. Yet, we've only managed to claim over a dozen or so lives. For a time, after seeing how powerful Fire Dance and the other members of Zero Wing were, the enemy guild members refused charge forward, afraid that they would die instantly as well. Before this, everyone had only heard that Zero Wing was very strong. However, no one had ever actually witnessed their exact strength. Now, however, these guilds finally saw it for themselves. An army of 10,000 elite players was nothing to these experts. This scene also shocked Ouroboros's members. With just 400 players, they had instilled fear into tens of thousands of players. As an enemy, they were a frightening force to reckon with. As an ally, however, they were incredibly dependable. Very easily, Zero Wing punched a hole through the encirclement of the various large guilds, creating a path of escape. However, facing the encirclement of over 200,000 players, even Zero Wing's members could only do so much. Ouroboros, which had started this war with an army of 50,000 players, had less than 30,000 members remaining. Should they continue fighting, they would most likely suffer complete and utter annihilation. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town suddenly began to collapse, the buildings within the town crumbling. One after another, a massive obelisk then emerged in the heart of the town, and Shifeng stood atop this obelisk. What's going on? This commotion instantly attracted everyone's attention, as they felt the ground beneath their feet quake. It was like an earthquake measuring 7 on the Richter scale had hit the area around Stone Forest Town. What are you trying to do? Sariya shouted anxiously at Shifeng, an expression of horror on his face. The 2 other leaders similarly stopped their pursuit, as they glared at Shifeng. This obelisk was their group's greatest secret. They had never imagined that Shifeng would know about it, or to rush into their stronghold to activate it. Of course, I want to witness the depths of hell. At this moment, Shifeng looked ragged. Not only had he needed to avoid all the traps inside the stronghold, but he also had to dodge the 3 great leaders. Only after using all his usable life-saving skills had he managed to activate the greatest taboo obelisk in the Starmoon City region. Saying so, Shifeng swung the abyssal blade, shattering the dazzling crystal ball on top of the obelisk. Stop! The 3 great leaders shouted in horror. Chapter 659 Town Token. What's going on? Seeing the 3 great leaders' panicked expressions, the players in Stone Forest Town turned to Shifeng, who stood on top of the obelisk. The 3 great leaders were level 60 Tier 2 NPCs. At this stage of the game, these NPCs could squish players like ants, yet such powerful NPCs were actually afraid. What was going on? After Shifeng shattered the crystal ball, he switched the 7 luminaries ring to the aura of space, and used space movement to escape the town in the next moment. A massive five-fold magic array appeared above Stone Forest Town. Enveloping it suddenly, mana rain began to fall on the town, such a high mana density. My spell effects have doubled. This feels awesome. Many magical class players in the down grew excited at this moment. The members of Ouroboros and the various large guilds had stopped fighting as they shifted their gazes towards the phenomenon in Stone Forest Town. The five-fold magic array covered the sky above the town and currently released a colorful brilliance. Even from so far away, they could feel the dense mana filling the city suddenly. Stone Forest Town became a paradise for players. The higher the density of mana in the environment, the clearer and more active a player's mind was. These areas were helpful for improving a person's skill completion rate. Unfortunately, locations with high mana density were extremely rare in God's domain. Although the environmental mana in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower was quite dense, it was nothing compared to Stone Forest Town. Seeing that Stone Forest Town had such a valuable atmosphere, the various guilds' upper echelons began to drool regardless of the sacrifice. We must have a guild residence in Stone Forest Town. Ruthless greed flashed in these echelons' eyes. Setting aside the mana crystals of the Stoneclaw Mountains, capturing Stone Forest Town for its atmosphere was worth every sacrifice. If they possessed Stone Forest Town, they could send their guild's elites here to improve themselves. Although development here would not be as efficient as in the Divine Colosseum, they would not have to spend a single mana crystal on training. They could save a lot of money. Moreover, if they allowed their members to train in Stone Forest Town for long periods, the rate at which they nurtured experts would definitely surpass the other guilds. With a large group of experts, becoming even a super first-rate guild would be entirely possible without hesitation. The upper echelons of the various large guilds immediately reported this to their respective guild leaders. I never imagined that Stone Forest Town would have such a secret. I don't care what it takes. We must obtain Stone Forest Town. Hearing this news, the various guild leaders gave their orders for a time. None of these guilds paid Ouroboros or Zero Wing any attention. Their members began to surge into Stone Forest Town. Moreover, with the dense mana surrounding the town, the closer these players got to the town, the stronger their combat power became. It was especially true for magical class players. Their combat power more than doubled. At this moment, it would be a piece of cake to clear out Stone Forest Town's NPCs. Although the NPCs in the city had also grown stronger due to the environmental mana, only the magical class NPCs received a damage buff. Their skill completion rates had not changed. However, that was not the case for players. The dense mana created a conducive environment that improved both spell effects and skill completion rate. Players had received a much greater boost to their combat power than the NPCs. Hence, capturing the town became much easier. Guild leader, just what did you do to Stone Forest Town? Aqua Rose could not bring herself to believe what she saw. Stone Forest Town was practically a cultivating heaven for players now. In addition, there were also the Stoneclaw Mountains magic crystals. Any guild that claimed the town would definitely become Starmoon Kingdom's overlord. Don't ask. Order everyone retreat from the town this instant, Shifeng said sternly. He had long since distanced himself from the town in the past. When the Stoneclaw Mountains came into being, the dungeon had incited a war between Starmoon City's large guilds. Back then, however, nobody had claimed Stone Forest Town for themselves. Only after a long time had passed did the Star Alliance launch an assault on Stone Forest Town. Naturally, Stone Forest Town had not been a match for the first-rate guild. However, just before the guild captured the town, Saria had activated the obelisk. Shortly after, Star Alliance's army was obliterated. Initially, when Shifeng planned the attack on Stone Forest Town, he had intended to finish off Saria quickly, giving him no opportunity to activate the obelisk. However, since the situation no longer permitted that, he had no choice but to activate the obelisk himself under Shifeng's command. Even though Aqua Rose and the others were reluctant, they quickly retreated from Stone Forest Town. Snow, let's go. As long as we snatch the town token dropped by the Great Leader, Stone Forest Town will belong to us. At that time, even if the Star Alliance and the other guilds band together, they will not be a match for us. Zhao Yueru suggested anxiously as she watched the guilds frantically surge into Stone Forest Town. If the other guilds obtained Stone Forest Town, Ouroboros would struggle to survive in Star Moon City. Glancing at Aqua Rose and the others, who gradually fled the town, Gentle Snow shook her head and said, "Let's retreat." But what about Stone Forest Town? With that many elite players, they could definitely exhaust the three great leaders to death. Not to mention, the other guild's experts are currently making their way here. Zhao Yueru asked curiously. Black Flame told us to leave Stone Forest Town. He must have a reason. Otherwise, with Zero Wing's strength, they could compete for the town token. Since they aren't trying to fight over it, there must be something wrong with Stone Forest Town. Moreover, Black Flame caused this himself. He must know more than we do. It's best that we retreat and observe the situation for now. Stone Forest Town tempted Gentle Snow as well, but she chose to maintain her calm, because she knew that a calm mind was the strongest weapon in such a situation. Zhao Yueru sighed. Although she was disappointed, her friend had never been wrong. In the end, she could only turn and retreat. After glancing at Stone Forest Town, Ouroboros' other members also began to retreat. Time passed. Little by little, the battle inside Stone Forest Town grew more intense as time passed. The environmental mana also grew denser. The players in the town fought madly in the thick mana. After more than 10 minutes of frantic battle, the majority of the NPCs inside Stone Forest Town had died. Only a few Tier 2 NPCs remained, desperately fighting for their lives. The elite players that surged into the town in waves were simply too much to handle, even for the three great leaders. At this moment, the three NPCs each had less than 30% of their HP remaining. On the other hand, there were still over 150,000 elite players in the city. Victory was in sight for the various guilds. Kill. Sariya only has about 1 million HP left. Focus on avoiding his large-scale destruction spells. Guild leader has issued the command. Whoever secures the town token will be directly promoted to a guild elder, rewarded with a set of top-tier equipment and 5 million credits. The guild's upper echelons secretly sent commands through their respective guild channels. Aside from the guild elder position, owning a set of top-tier equipment was everyone's dreams. In addition, there was also the reward of 5 million credits. The town token's importance was obvious. To ordinary players, 5 million credits was an astronomical amount. If they had that kind of money, they wouldn't have to work a single day for the rest of their lives. In addition to the position of elder, they could enjoy a life of luxury. Suddenly, everyone began attacking with even greater enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Ouroboros and Zero Wings members, who watched from afar, grew anxious. Guild leader, at this rate, some other guild will claim the town token. Aqua Rose said anxiously as she looked to Sherfong, who maintained an extraordinary calm. However, as soon as Aqua Rose finished speaking, Sariya, who was inside Stone Forest Town, suddenly bellowed, the sound waves sending all players within a radius of 30 yards flying before anyone noticed it. Sariya's white hair had become a lustrous black. As if he had grown younger by several decades, his appearance morphed from one of an old man to that of a handsome youth. However, unlike ordinary people, this youth's eyes were pure black like two black pits. Those eyes contained no emotion, and just looking at them would send shivers down one's spine. It's finally coming. Sherfong grew serious as he watched the distant Sariya. Aqua, have everyone prepare. Chapter 660 Awakened. The obelisk functioned as a seal. Meanwhile, crushing the crystal ball on top of the obelisk was equivalent to undoing the seal. Sealed inside the obelisk was something horrifying. Players only discovered later on that the thing sealed inside the obelisk was an awakened. It was akin to mutants among monsters. However, while a mutant was a mutation of a monster, an awakened was a mutation of an NPC. The probability of an awakened appearing was extremely low. Even Sherfong had never personally witnessed an awakened during his decade of experience playing God's Domain. He had only heard bits of information about them. What followed the emergence of every awakened was a disaster. After the Star Alliance had accidentally triggered one such disaster in the past, more than 100,000 of its elites had crossed the river Styx. Even Galaxy Past had failed to escape back then. Compared to mutants, An awakened was much more frightening. Unlike mutants, an awakened was born with extremely high intelligence. It was the enemy of all living creatures. In addition, an awakened could rival even a fallen angel, a higher being, of the same tier. So it was ridiculously powerful. The person sealed inside the obelisk was originally a Tier 5 divine mage. As the person was also an awakened, his strength was the equal of a fallen angels of the same tier. Only Tier 6 gods could suppress him. Fortunately, with the awakened's body already obliterated, and just its soul remaining in existence, it could only possess the body of another NPC, even after the removal of the seal. Meanwhile, at this moment, the awakened had taken over Suriya's body and devoured the old man's soul. Becoming the new owner of the body after the possession, Suriya's strength underwent a heaven-defying change. He was no longer an existence that the old Suriya could compare to. Are we really going to take action now? Aqua Rose's eyes widened as she stared at Suriya, who was hovering in midair in the distance. Unconsciously, she had started holding her breath at this moment. Suriya was no longer a level 60 Tier 2 NPC, but already a true monster. Just looking at Suriya from a distance, Aqua Rose instinctively felt the need to run as far away as possible from him. Suriya, awakened Great Mage. Level 50, HP 30, 000, 000/30, 000, 000. Not only had Suriya's body suddenly undergone a massive transformation, but even his statistics had also experienced an earth-shaking change. Although the NPC's level had fallen quite a bit, his HP had recovered back to full status. His class had even risen from a Tier 2 professional mage to a Tier 3 great mage. His strength increasing disproportionately. A Tier 3 NPC was equivalent to a great lord of the same level. On the other hand, a Tier 3 awakened NPC possessed a strength that could rival even a Tier 4 NPC of the same level. A Tier 4 NPC was not an existence that current players could challenge at all at this moment. The members of the various large guilds, who had been frantically attacking Suriya before, were similarly stunned after his transformation was complete. Suriya flexed his body tentatively. A moment later, the surrounding air began trembling. Immediately after, Suriya pointed a finger towards the sky. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts flashed down and gathered around Suriya's fingertip, forming a 2-story tall ball of lightning. Prepare to dodge. With so many people remaining, even a Tier 3 great mage is no match for us. A commanding level 29 elementalist shouted. However, as soon as the elementalist finished speaking, Suriya pointed his finger towards this elementalist. The massive ball of lightning promptly transformed into a rushing river that poured down onto the elementalist, devouring the elementalist and all the players around him under the effects of the Tier 3 spell lightning stream. No players within an area of 15 by 100 yards survived in the blink of an eye. Several hundred people died. However, Suriya was still not satisfied. He then proceeded to use multiple Tier 3 spells in quick succession. Whether it was the players or NPCs inside Stone Forest Town, Suriya did not let a single person off the hook. In the awakened NPC's hands, Tier 3 spells were like simple toys. He could forego chanting incantations, immediately casting his spells, not giving his targets any time to dodge at all. After just a short moment, despite everyone standing sparsely apart from each other, Suriya still managed to kill nearly 6,000 players. Meanwhile, the attacking players discovered that far from damaging the awakened NPC, their onslaught couldn't even penetrate Suriya's magical shield at all. Suddenly, the players inside Stone Forest Town fell silent. No longer did they possess the enthusiasm from before. Run. Everyone retreat from this place quickly. Many guilds finally realized that they were nothing against the Tier 3 great mage at all, and that the only thing they could do was run for their lives. Otherwise, none of them would leave this place alive. Guild leader, that monster is too scary. Look, the other guilds are all retreating. If we charge ahead right now, only death awaits us. Aqua Rose was deeply pessimistic about defeating such a powerful NPC. They would only suffer like the other guilds had if they tried fighting that monstrous existence who says we need to defeat him. We just need to seal him again. Sherfong laughed. In the past, when the seal on the obelisk was undone, The Awakened had gone on a rampage, throwing the players within the Star Moon City region into a panic. Moreover, as time passed, the Awakened had continuously risen in both levels and tiers. Even a coalition of the various guilds residing in Star Moon City had been utterly helpless against the Awakened in the end. However, this incident was still solved back then. A player had discovered inside the obelisk the method to reseal the Awakened, utilizing an immense amount of magic crystals to repair the sealing crystal ball. Otherwise, with the strength of the players back then, it would have been absolutely impossible to stop the roaming Awakened. Should they encounter him, the only fate that awaited them was death. Meanwhile, now that Saria was busy butchering the members of the various large guilds, it was the perfect opportunity to reseal the Awakened NPC. Feng spent about 10 minutes running back to Stone Forest Town. During this period, Saria slaughtered over 100,000 players. At this moment, less than 50,000 players of the original 150,000 plus remained. When the various guild leaders learned of this death toll, they nearly vomited blood and passed out. Meanwhile, the guild that suffered the greatest loss was the Star Alliance. From their initial 70,000 elite members, less than 20,000 remained. Moreover, this number continued to decrease. With this, the Star Alliance is finished. After losing so many elite members, they will take a long time recovering from this loss. Zhao Yueru giggled as she pressed her hand to her chest. Although Ouroboros had suffered severe casualties in this war as well, having less than 30,000 elite members surviving out of the original 50,000, those were inconsequential compared to the losses of the other guilds. With this, Ouroboros would become the #1 guild of Star Moon City. Is this Black Flame's true plan? This moment drove home to Gentle Snow how fearsome Feng was. Just a single Stone Forest town had plunged so many elite members of the various large guilds to their deaths. If not for them working together with Zero Wing, Ouroboros would most likely have been one of those guilds right now. While Saria was hunting the members of the various guilds, Feng took the opportunity to dash towards the obelisk. Arriving at the top of the obelisk, Feng immediately retrieved 10,000 magic crystals from his bag and placed them atop the altar on which the crystal ball had originally sat. To any guild, 10,000 magic crystals was a massive sum. Fortunately, Feng had tasked Melancholic Smile to purchase them in bulk before the appearance of the Divine Colosseum. If not for capturing Stone Forest Town, Feng would not have readily parted with 10,000 magic crystals. In the next moment, the 10,000 magic crystals transformed into droplets of transparent liquid that quickly agglomerated into a sealing crystal ball. Despicable human. Saria panicked when he noticed the reformation of the crystal ball that had kept him sealed all this time. Using instantaneous movement, he flashed towards Feng. "You best return to where you came from," Feng muttered in a low tone as he looked at the rapidly approaching Saria. He then pressed his hand on the sealing crystal ball, muttering, "Five-fold seal activate." All at once, a five-fold magic array appeared above Stone Forest Town once more, illuminating the area around the town. No. Saria shouted defiantly as he attempted to use Tier 3 spells to attack the sealing crystal ball. Unfortunately for him, under the suppression of the five-fold magic array, he failed to cast even a single spell. In the next moment, golden chains descended from the magic array and wrapped around Saria's body. Feng had seen these golden chains before. Chains of order. Even gods were helpless against them. What more of Saria? These chains then dragged Saria above the obelisk. Suddenly, a blue chain emerged from the tip of the obelisk and pierced through his body. In the next moment, Saria released an agonized scream as the blue chain dragged a half-transparent soul out of his body and into the sealing crystal ball. Meanwhile, Saria's body, which had long since lost its original soul, died with the sealing of the awakened soul. A pile of loot also showered the ground along with the NPC's death. Chapter 661. Harvest. After the battle, he died. Everyone looked at the corpse of Saria, which had fallen on top of the obelisk like a broken rag doll. In disbelief, the Saria that had sent over 200,000 elite players running for their lives like dogs had perished almost instantly. It was like waking up to find that everything that happened before had been merely a bad dream. Just what did he do? Gentle Snow did not dare believe this situation was real. Such a powerful NPC like Saria had actually been no more than a toy for Shifeng. All this time, the various large guilds had been dancing on the palm of Shifeng's hand, as if these large guilds were at his beck and call. This feat was much more frightening than just relying on pure strength to defeat the various guilds. With this ability of his alone, he could easily instill fear in every guild in Starmoon Kingdom. While everyone was still stunned at the sudden development, some of the guild upper echelons quickly reacted. The town token. The town token was an item that dropped only from the leader of the town. Now that Saria had died, he would naturally drop the town token. As long as they obtained the town token, they could turn Stone Forest Town into a guild town. They would also receive protection from the kingdom for a limited time, during which they could set up shops and establish their own guild residences, allowing a smooth transfer of town management. In addition, the maps around Stone Forest Town ranged from level 30 to level 50. Players were sure to come to this area in the future, meaning the town had a very strategic location. Not to mention, the Stoneclaw Mountains were only a short distance away. Everyone charge! We must get that town token no matter what. The upper echelons of the various guilds issued commands one after another, passing down the same order from their respective guild leaders. The various large guilds had already suffered tremendous losses from the war. If they still failed to obtain the town token, then wouldn't all their efforts have benefited their enemy instead? Under a unified command, everyone charged madly towards the heart of Stone Forest Town, all fully intent on killing Shifeng and taking the town token. At this time, Gentle Snow had also reacted, immediately shouting, "Everyone, protect Black Flame as he retreats. Don't let the enemy succeed." After the town token dropped, a marker would appear on the player who picked it up. The marker would disappear only after 2 hours. The town token would also drop upon death. Moreover, during this period, the player holding the town token would not be able to use return scrolls and similar items. Hence, Shifeng could not escape to the city using a return scroll. He could only endure and survive through the 2 hours. At this point, Shifeng was the closest to Saria's corpse. Everyone else was still quite a distance away. It was obvious to everyone that the town token would fall into Shifeng's hands. Although the opposing guilds had less than 50,000 elite members left alive, these still posed a threat to Shifeng. Not to mention, there was still a large group of experts on their way to the town. Fortunately, with 30,000 elite members, protecting Shifeng's retreat would be a walk in the park for Ouroboros. Once he was out of harm's way, he only needed to hide in a secluded location and wait out the 2 hours. Meanwhile, with the sealing of the Awakened now completed, the obelisk had also begun sinking back into the ground, disappearing from view. As for Shifeng himself, he was leisurely picking up the loot Saria dropped, paying no mind to the rapidly approaching army. Once an item was in his hands, it was practically impossible for anybody to steal it from him despite being only a Tier 2 NPC. The loot Saria dropped was quite bountiful. Saria had dropped more than 20 items, though the majority of them were magic crystals and some rare materials. Of the items dropped, the most valuable was the town token. The next was a magic array design. The rest were some level 50 weapons and equipment. However, the items were of low quality, uniformly of secret silver rank. Moreover, current players could not equip these items. Although this basic mana gathering magic array is a good item, unfortunately, it costs too many magic crystals to operate. At present, no guild will be able to sustain a magic array like this. Shifeng inwardly felt disappointed as he looked at the tattered design in his hand. The basic mana gathering magic array could gather and condense mana into an area of 30 by 30 yards, allowing players to meditate and improve on their skill completion rates within it. Although the density of the mana inside the magic array would be slightly higher than in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower, the magic array costs 50 magic crystals per hour to maintain. In terms of development functions, the Trial Tower had the main god system, showing players the perfect combat style of each class. This aspect of the Trial Tower was superior to the basic mana-gathering magic array, which did not supply players with any opponents. However, the magic array provided a perfect environment when players wished to train in the usage of their skills. After all, the trial tower would not give players any time to drill their skills. Unfortunately, the optimum number of players the basic mana-gathering magic array could accommodate was roughly 8 to 10. This capacity made the magic array very costly. Moreover, there would not be any noticeable effects if one only trained for 1 or 2 hours. Players usually had to train within the magic array for 5 or 6 hours. In other words, a guild would have to expend around 30 magic crystals per person, an exorbitant price for the current guilds of God's domain storing away the basic mana-gathering magic array design. Shifeng took out a golden key from his bag. Of the items Surya dropped, this was the third most valuable treasure. The key to Stone Forest Town's treasury. Every town occupied by a force of darkness would have its own treasury, just like the time when Zero Wing had raided Creek Town. However, as they had been on a crusade quest back then, the system had reduced the amount of treasure they could obtain significantly. Even so, it had still been a considerable harvest. On the other hand, since they had managed to actually capture Stone Forest Town, without the aid of a crusade quest, the amount of treasure they could obtain would no doubt be enough to make guilds go crazy over it. However, this was a secret known only to players who had captured a town. Currently, the various large guilds of Starmoon City were still ignorant of this matter. Aqua, I'll leave this key with you. Take the main force and the Dark God's Legion, and clean out the treasury. Afterwards, reconvene back at White River City. Saying so, Shifeng passed the golden key to Aqua Rose. He then made a straight dash out of Stone Forest Town. Although he could easily shake off the various large guilds, he had no choice but to spend some time playing around with these guilds to buy some time for Aqua Rose and the other shit. Black Flame's escaped. After him. We can't let Black Flame get away no matter what. When the various large guilds saw Shifeng exiting Stone Forest Town and running towards the Limestone Hills, they immediately changed their course and headed in that direction, as well looking at the elite army chasing behind him. Shifeng reduced his speed to give his pursuers some false hope as he slowly lured them away from the town. Guild leader, the town token has already fallen into Zero Wings and Ouroboros' hands. Our men most likely won't be able to keep up with Black Flame's speed. With this, it will become a lot more difficult for us to compete for the Stoneclaw Mountains. Purple Eye frowned when she watched the video from the members at Stone Forest Town. Stone Forest Town provided a geographical advantage in capturing the Stoneclaw Mountains. Now that Zero Wing and Ouroboros had secured the town, they had at least a 50% chance of claiming the dungeon for themselves. Not to mention, with the massive loss that the various guilds of Starmoon City had just suffered, nobody was capable of hindering Ouroboros and Zero Wing. Given some time, the odds that the two guilds would claim the Stoneclaw Mountains would rise to 70% to 80%. It seems that I really underestimated Black Flame. However, ultimately, Starmoon City is still the Star Alliance's territory. Even if Zero Wing and Ouroboros have obtained Stone Forest Town, they should not even dream of monopolizing the Stoneclaw Mountains, Galaxy Pass said, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Let's return to Starmoon City for now. Purple, contact the other guilds and have them spread the news about the Stoneclaw Mountains. I want to see just how Zero Wing and Ouroboros intend to swallow up the Stoneclaw Mountains. Time passed quickly. After Shifeng toyed around with the various large guilds for 2 hours, he immediately used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. However, Shifeng did not return directly to the guild residence. Instead, he brought the town token of Stone Forest Town to the Adventurers Association. Chapter 662 Guild Town. Ever since players had started paying attention to the guard system, the Adventurers Association had seen increased traffic. With every passing day, many players, who were not proficient in battles, had focused their attention on NPC guards. Many were also taking advantage of this growing popularity to make a fortune for themselves. At this point, physical class bronze guards sold for 120 gold. The selling price for a magical class bronze guard, on the other hand, was over 300 gold. Meanwhile, physical class mysterious iron guards sold for 600 gold, not to mention magical class mysterious iron guards as long as one managed to obtain a physical class mysterious iron guard. A player could easily get rich overnight if they sold said guard. Hence, more and more players came to the Adventurers Association to test their foresight and luck. As a result, the Adventurers Association was packed every day with players who would chat idly while waiting for their turn, and the Adventurers Association had become the #1 source of information. In every city, many independent players would come to the Adventurers Association to either exchange or collect information regarding God's domain. Before Shifeng even entered the building, he had already heard plenty of people discussing the Stoneclaw Mountains. A regional dungeon appeared over at Starmoon City. I heard that even the small mobs there drop magic crystals. It can't be true, right? Shouldn't it just have a slightly higher drop rate compared to team dungeons? Ha ha ha. This is something else that I heard from a friend of mine over at Starmoon City. Because of the Stoneclaw Mountains, every guild in Starmoon City is in chaos. The guilds even waged war a few hours ago. In the end, the various large guilds suffered tremendous losses. For now, the Stoneclaw Mountains remain unclaimed. Currently, as long as you are level 30, even an independent player can enter the dungeon freely. It's a pity that my level is still too low. Otherwise, I would have been grinding for magic crystals there already. I've also found out about this matter from one of my friends who's in a guild. According to him, you can obtain 1 or 2 magic crystals just by grinding inside the Stoneclaw Mountains for an hour. The efficiency there is higher than even in a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Currently, guilds in the various cities across the kingdom are organizing teams to set out for the Stoneclaw Mountains. All of you have outdated information. There aren't just magic crystals inside the Stoneclaw Mountains. The monsters inside also drop plenty of level 30 or above top-tier equipment. The potential income there is much higher than even from large-scale team dungeons. Not to mention the cities in Starmoon Kingdom, many players from the surrounding kingdoms and Black Dragon Empire are also heading towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. The rumors immediately tempted the many players inside the association who heard about the Stoneclaw Mountains. Unfortunately, none of them had reached level 30 yet. Otherwise, they too could get a share of the pie. They've released news about it already? Shifeng smirked faintly. Unfortunately, doing so is useless with Stone Forest Town under his control. The Stoneclaw Mountains were practically in his hands already. There were bound to be unreconciled guilds that would try to stir up some trouble. However, these guilds did not truly know what Stone Forest Town's becoming a guild town signified. Upon Shifeng's entry into the Adventurers Association's reception hall, Aqua Rose, who had long since been waiting for him, immediately walked up to him. Smiling sweetly, she said, "Guild leader, we've struck gold this time." Shifeng simply laughed in response, not bothering to probe deeper into Aqua Rose's words, as he led the woman up to the second floor. The hall on the first floor catered to individual players, while the one on the second floor specialized in managing guild affairs. Guild leader, are you not curious about what we found inside the treasury? Aqua Rose pouted slightly. Originally, she had wanted to tease Shifeng a little bit with the answer. She had not expected Shifeng to be completely uninterested. The harvest they gained from Stone Forest Town this time was more bountiful than the one from Creek Town. Just the amount of coins they obtained exceeded 3,000 gold. There were also more than 400 Tier 1 magic scrolls, over 100 Tier 2 magic scrolls, over 2,000 magic crystals, over 1,000 Tier 1 gemstones, and over 300 Tier 2 gemstones. In addition, they had found a large number of rare materials, as well as mini level 50 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. Normally, such a harvest would require a very long time for Zero Wing to amass. However, they had managed to get it from just a single town battle. If the other guilds knew, the various guild leaders would most likely die from anger. Yet Shifeng remained utterly indifferent to it. Have you brought the money? Shifeng turned around and asked Aqua Rose. I've retrieved the money from the guild and the candlelight trading firm. Aqua Rose nodded. then handed all the coins to Shifeng before she had come to the Adventurers Association. Shifeng had tasked her with making a trip to the Candlelight trading firm to collect all the funds the trading firm had earned recently. She had also retrieved Zero Wing's income from guild quests when Aqua Rose was collecting the money. Despite having been an honorary elder of Twilight Echo, a long-established first-rate guild, even she received a fright. She had never imagined that Zero Wing actually possessed that much money. There was a total of 13,000 gold. Not to mention one first-rate guild. Even 3 or 4 first-rate guilds combined would not possess that much liquid funds, including what I have here. It should be enough. Shifeng accepted the money and quickly arrived before a counter. Greetings, Lord Count. How may I be of service to you today? The blonde NPC beauty asked with a smile. I wish to construct a guild town. Here is the town token, Shifeng said, placing the town token on the countertop. A moment, please. After the NPC clerk accepted the town token, she began manipulating the crystal ball on the counter. This is the town token for Stone Forest Town. Stone Forest Town is situated within the Starmoon City region. If you wish to construct a guild town, you will have to pay a registration fee of 6,000 gold, as well as a basic construction fee of 5,000 gold. In the future, you will also have to pay a monthly management fee of 5,000 gold. Does my lord wish to hire any guards? Yes. Shifeng nodded. Okay. The offers we have here are as follows. 10 level 150 common guards for 10 gold per 3 days. 10 level 150 elite guards for 50 gold per 3 days. 10 level 150 tier 1 guards for 100 gold per 3 days. And 10 level 150 tier 2 guards for 300 gold per 3 days. May I know how many guards my lord wishes to employ? The NPC clerk reported. Meanwhile, standing beside Shifeng, Aqua Rose was shocked when she heard these prices. She never imagined that hiring guards would be so costly. However, what Aqua Rose did not know was that their guild could get these guards only because they had just established the town. Once 15 days passed, they would no longer receive such a treatment. I'll hire 300 common guards, 40 elite guards, and 10 tier 1 guards for 15 days. Shifeng replied after making a rough estimate based on the size of Stone Forest Town. Normally, a town of such a size required around 500 NPCs. However, he lacked funds at the moment. Thus he could hire only this many. Okay. The total is 15,000 gold. However, as my lord is a count of the city, you receive a 10% discount, lowering the total to 13,500 gold. The NPC clerk said, smiling in contrast to the sincere smile on the female NPC's face. Aqua Rose had an extraordinarily gloomy expression on her face right now. If Shifeng were not a count of White River City, entitling him to a 10% discount, the money she brought definitely would not have been sufficient. However, Shifeng paid the 13,500 gold without hesitation. After all, he knew full well that compared to the money he just spent, he would earn even more money from Stone Forest Town in the future. The wealth a guild town could bring was originally quite daunting already, not to mention Stone Forest Town with its close proximity to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Chapter 663, Preparing a Town. After handing over 13,500 gold, the NPC clerk handed Shifeng a deed. With this deed, Stone Forest Town would only belong to Shifeng from this point forward. He could construct any building he desired within the town's confines, without restriction. I finally have some capital. Shifeng was inwardly overjoyed as he looked at the deed of Stone Forest Town. There were countless guilds in God's domain. If a guild wanted to stand on its own feet, it first needed its own guild residence. If a guild wanted to develop and flourish, then it needed its own guild town. A guild was a massive machine. A machine that required a large sum of money to operate and maintain. Although a guild could earn a lot of money through trading firms during the early stages of the game, it was chump change compared to what a guild town could generate. However, as players reached higher levels, they would have more sources to earn an income. Hence, coins would depreciate as time passed. Meanwhile, guild towns were different. A guild could construct various establishments in their own town. A town also offered a wide array of business models for the guild. Guild towns were different from NPC towns that only accepted coins. In guild towns, the ruling guild could even require credits as payment in God's domain. NPC towns were very restricting. For example, it was extremely difficult for players to purchase their own houses or shops. However, guild towns did not have those restrictions. Only money was necessary. Furthermore, guild towns were generally constructed off the beaten path, providing players on the front lines a place to rest and reorganize without needing waste time traveling back to cities. It was especially true for a strategic town like Stone Forest Town. It was very easy to lure players to the town. Most likely, once the town began operating, its player traffic would even surpass White River City. One could easily earn a ton of money just by opening a small shop there. Not to mention the money one could earn from controlling the entire town. Unfortunately, in order to develop the town, Shifeng needed to construct various buildings such as restaurants, an auction house, an adventurers association, shops, bars, hotels, and other establishments. The cost would be significant. I need more money. Shifeng could not help but sigh as he considered the cost. The various large guilds in Starmoon City were of the mind that, as long as they obtained Stone Forest Town, they could easily earn a large sum of money. If these guilds really had obtained Stone Forest City, most likely, the only thing they would have done was stare at it. Aside from the construction cost of various lifestyle buildings, just the basic construction and registration fees were enough to bleed a first-rate guild dry. Even with Zero Wing's financial strength, it would be extremely taxing to operate Stone Forest Town. Afterward, the costs would continue to climb as they prepared to open Stone Forest Town to the public. Time passed quickly unknowingly. 2 days had gone by for people in the real world. 2 days was nothing. To players in Starmoon Kingdom, however, they had spent every waking moment grinding to reach level 30 and enter the Stoneclaw Mountains for magic crystals. During these 2 short days, the number of players that had entered the Stoneclaw Mountains had increased significantly. Every guild in Starmoon City had fallen silent as they busied themselves with their own agendas. Acting as if the war at Stone Forest Town had never occurred, Shifeng had focused solely on reconstructing Stone Forest Town, executing his initial plans for the town. Although Shifeng could have relegated this task to Aqua Rose, for assurance's sake, he chose to do it himself. After all, he had several carefully considered plans in mind. He was also more familiar with the town's layout. Furthermore, he had his own plans for his guild's future. Hence, it was best if he dealt with the town's reconstruction. In the meantime, Aqua Rose tagged along with Fire Dance's team to raid the 100-man team dungeon. Frost Prison as a 100-man team dungeon. Ordinary dungeons could not compare to the Frost Prison. The bosses inside were all great lords. The least valuable items that dropped in the dungeon were level 30 fine gold equipment. There was also a high chance for dark gold equipment to drop. To current players, such equipment was among the best. Hence, the various large guilds desperately raided dungeons. Of course, they focused on these dungeons for the fame of obtaining first clears, but they also did so to prepare for the Stoneclaw Mountains as an Azura mode regional dungeon. How could the Stoneclaw Mountains be easy? Even these guilds' main forces would find the dungeon difficult to survive. Moreover, they could only grind in the dungeon's outermost region to obtain a large number of magic crystals. They needed to venture further into the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, the various large guilds focused on avenues to improve their equipment. The fastest way to do so was through 100-man team dungeons. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's dungeon progression thus far was quite efficient with the power of darkness and the improvements they had gained from challenging the Trial Tower repeatedly. Zero Wing's main force had reached the final boss, the Frost Giant. At this moment, they only needed a little luck to clear the dungeon. The basics should be finished by now. With this, I can finally launch Stone Forest Town. Shifeng glanced at the time, feeling that construction of the town's basic infrastructure should be complete normally. After a guild obtained a town, the town would have to undergo a construction period of 2 or 3 days. However, in truth, Shifeng had spent most of the time completing Zero Wing's guild residence in Stone Forest Town. Compared to Zero Wing's guild residence in White River City, the guild residence in Stone Forest Town was larger and more extravagant, while Zero Wing's residence in White River City could only accommodate a few tens of thousands of people at one time. The newly constructed guild residence in Stone Forest Town could accommodate up to 100,000 people. Moreover, as Zero Wing was a 2-star guild, there were plenty of 2-star private rooms in the new residence. In comparison, White River City's guild residence did not even have enough private rooms for the guild's core members. Guild leader, here are the materials you requested. Melancholic Smile said as she entered the advanced forging room and unloaded the collection of rare materials onto the large stone table. By this point, Melancholic Smile had become an intermediate forger, thanks to the large amount of resources that she had been given access to. Currently, she was very close to becoming an advanced forger. In addition, she was also one of the 8 great intermediate forgers in Starmoon Kingdom. Among these 8 great intermediate forgers, 4 belonged to the Candlelight Trading Firm. Throughout Starmoon Kingdom, not a single trading firm could compete with Candlelight. Good. Notify Coco and the others. We'll be going on a trip in a moment. Shifeng nodded as he stored his plans. He then took inventory of the materials. Melancholic Smile nodded in confusion. She did not understand why Shifeng suddenly wanted her and the others to accompany him. They were simply forgers. They had no combat capabilities whatsoever. Gathering these materials sure took a lot of time. If not for gentle snow, who knows how long it would have taken. After confirming that nothing was missing, Shifeng smiled satisfactorily. These were the materials he needed to construct a teleportation magic array. Every one of these items was extremely rare, even to large guilds. Gentle Snow had only obtained these materials for Shifeng after using her personal connections, following which Shifeng stored the materials and led Melancholic Smile and the others towards Stone Forest Town. Arriving in Stone Forest Town, the town was no longer a gathering place for red names. All around, one could see level 150 guards patrolling the streets. Any player who wished to attack Stone Forest Town had to go through them first. Level 150 guards. Even a common guard at this level could kill current players instantly, not to mention Tier 1 and Tier 2 guards. Even an army of hundreds of thousands of players would fail to capture the town now. Chapter 664, New Residents. The construction of Stone Forest Town's basic infrastructure was finally complete. A massive, 8-story tall building dominated the town's heart. Zero Wing's 6-winged guild emblem graced the front of this building, and even from afar, one could see it clearly. This fortress-like superstructure was none other than Zero Wing's new guild residence. Aside from Zero Wing's residence, the second most eye-catching architecture was a 7-story shop. Shifeng had prepared this for the Candlelight Trading Firm. To construct this shop, Shifeng had paid a total of 1,500 gold in material fees. Fortunately, he was in charge of the town. Otherwise, the price of the land alone would have emptied Zero Wing's coffers. The town also possessed plenty of 2-story buildings for other players to use. If not for his lack of funds, Shifeng would have preferred 5-story buildings rather than 2-story. After all, these buildings were all within Stone Forest Town's golden area. The taller the building was, the more he could charge in rent. Shifeng had specifically designed the town to allow its main street to lead towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. Any players that entered the town with intentions of heading towards the Stoneclaw Mountains would have to travel down the main street. Hence, the flow of traffic would have to pass by these shops, ensuring that they would not go unnoticed. Furthermore, Shifeng had also constructed a hotel and smithy, infrastructures that were most important to players. Only, as his funds were limited at the moment, the hotel and smithy were quite ordinary. He could only reconstruct them in the future. When Melancholic Smile saw the town, her eyes instantly lit up. Although she did not participate in any combat, she was well informed. She had long since known that Zero Wing had taken control of Stone Forest Town. However, she had never imagined that Zero Wing would be capable of so much. The Candlelight Trading Firm's 2-star shop in White River City was only 5 stories tall, yet the shop here was 7 stories tall. Moreover, it occupied a much larger area. Not only could the shop here accommodate many more lifestyle players, but there was also no need to fuss about lacking space for a warehouse at this point. The Candlelight Trading Firm was developing faster and faster. Although they had set up branches in many important cities, there was simply not enough space to store the materials they collected due to Shifeng's hoarding requests. After they had filled their shop's warehouses, they had no choice but to rent warehouses from the bank. However, such a massive shop in Stone Forest Town would solve much of their storage problem. Shifeng quickly led Melancholic Smile and the others to Zero Wing's new guild residence. This is the design for the teleportation magic array. Take a look. I hope that you can manufacture it as soon as possible, Shifeng said as he revealed the design. Any player, regardless of class, could manufacture the teleportation magic array. Only, as the manufacturing process was too complex and cumbersome, it was not a job for a single person. Moreover, highly skilled forging players would have a higher success rate with the teleportation array. Hence, Shifeng asked Melancholic Smile and the other intermediate forgers to construct it for him. Teleportation magic array design? Everyone was thunderstruck. Although they were not combat players, they knew full well just how valuable a teleportation magic array was. Their trip to Stone Forest Town had proven this. In total, they had spent over 10 hours traveling from White River City to Stone Forest Town. There were only 48 hours in a day in God's domain, and most players would only be online for roughly 20 to 30 of those hours. Hence, it was extremely frustrating to spend more than 10 hours on travel. Unfortunately, players had no choice but to travel here, as this was the leveling map for players level 30 and above. The Stoneclaw Mountains also loomed nearby, reminding players of the benefits it offered if there were a teleportation magic array. However, many things would become easier if they constructed a teleportation magic array in Stone Forest Town. They could teleport between the town and other cities. They could save more than 10 hours of travel time. While others wasted more than 10 hours of their day, they could use that time to focus on more important matters. It would be extremely easy to shake off the other guilds. However, what no one knew was that Shifeng had other plans for the teleportation array in this town. The teleportation magic array's manufacturing process is so complex. Cream Coco's interest was more than piqued when forging weapons and equipment. Forgers would often engrave runes or other strange images on the items. She was absolutely clueless about the meaning behind these runes and images. However, as they played an important role in determining her forging success rate, she often retreated to the library for research. Unfortunately, what she could learn from the library was limited. Although she had learned plenty, her understanding of runes and images was still half-baked. The teleportation magic array was intensely magical. The array utilized a massive number of runes and images. The teleportation magic array design was different from ordinary forging designs. The design referred to many concepts that were not available in the library's database. Guild leader, this will be a massive undertaking. With the few of us here, it will take a very long time to complete. Melancholic Smile laughed bitterly after a brief examination of the design. I know. However, the teleportation magic array is exceptionally difficult to manufacture. Even basic forgers will struggle to meet the minimum requirements. Hence, I've asked the few of you, after you discuss and distribute the tasks, make a photocopy of the part of the design you will work on, and find me for the materials you require. Shifeng had already predicted that his forgers would need a lot of time to complete the task. However, he would rather waste a little time than deal with unnecessary failures. Fortunately, the teleportation magic array was an assembly of parts. Even if Melancholic Smile and the others failed to manufacture certain parts, they would not need to restart the process from scratch. However, the materials he had on hand were limited. He really did not dare risk letting basic forgers try their hand after Melancholic Smile and the others finished splitting up the workload and photocopied the teleportation magic array design. Shifeng stored the design and headed towards the first floor's lounge. The teleportation magic array design was different from ordinary designs. It was not a learning type design. After a player clicked to learn an ordinary design, said design would become useless, and the player would have learned to produce the item recorded. However, the teleportation magic array design could not be learned in such a way. Players could only mimic the procedures recorded. Moreover, the design was a consumable item. Once players completed all procedures, and managed to manufacture the teleportation magic array, it would not be functional yet. The actual design was needed to activate the teleportation array, because the design itself contained special magic. This special magic was required to fix the teleportation coordinates to the array in question. The teleportation magic array design could be used to fix transfer coordinates up to 10 times. The design did not allow players to learn and produce an unlimited number of teleportation magic arrays. Inside the guild's lounge, Sherfeng retrieved a magic scroll. However, unlike ordinary magic scrolls, which were only the size of a book, this magic scroll was as large as he was. Sherfeng had spent 300 gold to obtain this magic scroll. Its function was to bind coordinates. It allowed guild members to use transfer scrolls to teleport to the guild residence they were bound to previously. As Zero Wings guild residents occupied White River City, even without using a transfer scroll, Zero Wings members could just use a return scroll to return to White River City. Hence, this magic scroll would have only been a waste of money. However, things were different now that Zero Wing had a residence in Stone Forest Town. Even if the town did not possess a teleportation array, guild members could simply purchase a transfer scroll from the guild hall and teleport to Stone Forest Town. Chapter 665 New Discovery. The Stoneclaw Mountains outermost region. Due to the Star Alliance's advertising, the stream of players rushing towards the Stoneclaw Mountains increased by the minute. Even experts from the surrounding kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire arrived in droves. Although there was a minimum level requirement of 30 to enter the regional dungeon, easily more than 50,000 players had pushed into the Stoneclaw Mountains thus far. Moreover, as time passed, this number would continue to increase. Boss Red, there's a half-orc settlement ahead of us. The settlement houses over 300 elite half-orcs and over 20 special elites. There are also 4 Wolfman chieftains and 1 Wolfman lord. A settlement? Red Feather smiled. Excellent. Notify Willow's team immediately. If we combined our strength, we should be able to take down the settlement. Although the Stoneclaw Mountains were a treasured land, that did not mean that players could obtain magic crystals and equipment easily after experimenting for some time. The various large guilds had discovered certain patterns compared to monsters and settlements. The dungeon's roaming monsters were far less profitable. The difference in drop rate for magic crystals was particularly massive. Often enough, the harvest one could obtain after taking down a single monster settlement could top even an entire day's worth of income. For a 100-man team, however, settlements were extremely rare. Moreover, even a 100-man team would find it very difficult to take down a settlement. Normally, when a team managed to discover a settlement, they could only circle and watch. However, the Star Alliance did not need to waste their time. Boss Red, my equipment had already reached the red caution line. I doubt the remaining durability will last me through a big battle. A shield warrior spoke up after seeing the warning sign. Beside his equipment's durability, the Stoneclaw Mountains terrain was complex. Not only were there a large number of monsters here, but the monsters were also quite powerful individually. If a team were too large, not only would they monsters discover them easily, but they would also set off a chain reaction, making it harder for the team to survive. Ever since the battle for Stone Forest Town, the Star Alliance's overall strength had decreased significantly. Fortunately, their top combatants had not received any damage, so the guild's loss did not affect their progression in 100-man team dungeons and the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the half-orcs in the Stoneclaw Mountains were very powerful. Their armor breakability had caused players massive headaches. Equipment that normally lasted for a long time would drop to a critical durability after only a dozen or so battles. If an item's durability reached 0, repairing it would no longer be possible. At that time, it could only be disassembled for its raw materials. In truth, it wasn't just the lead MT's equipment that had reached a critical point. The equipment of the other MTs and melee players in Red Feather's team had also reached a critical level. Weapons and equipment were different. One could recover a weapon's durability through advanced whetstones. However, there were no items available that could recover equipment's durability. Players could only bring their equipment to a smithy for repairs. This was also why players did not normally pay much attention to their equipment during battle. Players would typically attack and defend with their weapons. Very rarely would their equipment receive a blow. Hence, their equipment's durability decreased slowly. However, the monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains were different. Their armor break ability already made them fairly powerful, but they also possessed relatively high intelligence. They would often find opportunities to strike at a player's vital points, quickly decreasing their equipment's durability. What about your backup equipment? Red Feather frowned slightly. I've used it already. This is my final set. The Shield Warrior was also quite frustrated after entering the Stoneclaw Mountains. The various large guilds quickly discovered that the dungeon exhausted their equipment's durability. It was especially true for the MTs. Hence, they had specifically prepared multiple sets of equipment in advance to replace their equipment when needed. However, after one day of grinding, they had exhausted their backup equipment. Damn it. A round trip will take us an entire day. If we wait, some other team will snatch this settlement. Red Feather growled with frustration. He then asked, "What about the party that was sent to replace our equipment?" Everyone knew how much trouble it was to go back and forth to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, the various large guilds had arranged parties to deliver replacement equipment for their teams to save time. Boss, I just asked. And the supply party says that it'll take them another 8 hours or so to reach the dungeon's entrance. 8 hours? Red Feather doubted that this settlement would remain undiscovered for another 8 hours. At this point, the number of teams that came to grind for magic crystals continuously increased. Although the Star Alliance had the home ground advantage, it was only slightly stronger than the first-rate guilds of the surrounding kingdoms and empires. Not to mention, even the super first-rate guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, had joined the party. We'll retreat and meet up with the supply party. Have Willow's team watch over this half-orc settlement. We must not let someone else obtain it. Saying so, Red Feather prepared his team to leave the Stoneclaw Mountains. Since the lead MT's equipment was already in the red, it would not be wise to engage in battle. And since they could not participate in fights, their best option was to meet up with the supply party at the same time. The various teams around the Stoneclaw Mountains struggled with the same headache. If they used level 30 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, they could replace the items as often as they wanted to. However, the monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains were just too powerful and numerous. Without level 30 fine gold or above equipment, they would not last long. If they used secret silver equipment, the equipment could become scrap at any given moment. Yet level 30 fine gold or above equipment was simply too rare. The various large guilds could only secure a limited stock. Hence, each team possessed very little backup equipment. Most teams were usually forced to rest after grinding for half a day, only to resume after their supply parties arrived. Meanwhile, in Stone Forest Town, the town, which had been heavily guarded and had refused entrance to outsiders, suddenly removed the ban. The guards that usually patrol the town's perimeter gone. Hey, look over there. Independent players are entering and leaving Stone Forest Town. The various guild supply parties quickly discovered the change, unable to help their curiosity. Some of these players approached the town originally. Stone Forest Town had not possessed a tall exterior wall. Ever since the town fell into Zero Wing's control, the Adventurers Association had automatically built one for the town, making it difficult for players to investigate the situation inside. Zero Wing's guild residence is huge. Isn't that the Candlelight trading firm? It's in operation already? There's a hotel over there. Quick look. There's a smithy. The players who entered the town were immediately mesmerized. Just a few days ago, Stone Forest Town had been a pile of ruins, yet the town had become brand new and offered far more than it had previously. Crap. I need to notify the guild. Zero Wing is amazing. It's only been a few days, and already, they have a smithy and hotel. Compared to the majestic guild residence and trading firm, the players that entered Stone Forest Town paid more attention to the two facilities that could repair their equipment and allow them to recover their stamina and concentration very quickly. News about Stone Forest Town spread to every team in the Stoneclaw Mountains, shocking the various guilds. After Shifeng had obtained the town token, the guilds had launched an extensive investigation on the town's construction. However, they were immediately flabbergasted. Nobody could have imagined that constructing a town was actually so expensive. The initial investment alone required cost over 10,000 gold. If one wanted the town to operate properly, they would have to spend even more money most likely. Even though Zero Wing was very wealthy, it would be a long time before the guild could operate Stone Forest Town. None of the guild would have ever imagined that Zero Wing could get the job done in just a few days. Chapter 666, Shocking Income. What? Stone Forest Town is open to outsiders? And it has a smithy that can repair equipment. When the various teams in Stoneclaw Mountain received this information, they acted as if they had just found out that the sky was falling. Stone Forest Town was just an hour away from the Stoneclaw Mountains. Even a round trip would just take 2 hours. It was far less time compared to the supply parties that took over 10 hours to travel from Starmoon City. Let's go. We're going to Stone Forest Town. The leaders of the various teams immediately issued orders upon receiving this news, and quickly made their way to Stone Forest Town. In truth, they were going to Stone Forest Town, not just to repair their equipment, but to hasten their stamina and concentration recovery as well. The recovery rate in the field tents was just too slow. In just a few hours, the previously quiet Stone Forest Town became very lively. Guild leader, I understand sheltering Ouroboros' members, but why are you allowing everyone to rest in town? Aren't we giving away our advantage? Aqua Rose asked in confusion. Currently, she stood on the guild residence's observation deck, looking down at the members of the various large guilds. Seeing their merry spirits, it looked as if they were celebrating New Year's Eve. Although more guilds gathered in the Stoneclaw Mountains as time passed, none of them had any chance of capturing Stone Forest Town. If they limited entry to Zero Wing and Ouroboros' members, both guilds could obtain far more magic crystals than their competitors. At that time, they could definitely nurture experts much faster than the other guilds, and could use the opportunity to widen the gap between themselves and the other guilds. Yet, now, after struggling through so many challenges to reconstruct the town, Shifeng chose to permit entry to everyone. How were they supposed to widen the gap now? You're placing too much importance on the profit right before your eyes. At the end of the day, the Stoneclaw Mountains is only a regional dungeon. It is not the only place players can obtain magic crystals. Moreover, as everyone's levels increase, the various guilds' core members will be able to use mounts at level 40. At that time, we will regain our lead, Shifeng said, laughing. Moreover, I didn't build this town just so we could obtain more magic crystals. It's also meant to earn money for the guild. Earn money? Aqua Rose was confused. Although we have the advantage of owning the town, most likely, the various large guilds will use the consumables they produced rather than purchase the items from the candlelight trading firm. How are we supposed to make money? Look at the smithy. Shifeng pointed towards the smithy in the distance. At the moment, there was a very long line outside of the smithy. That's where we'll make our money. Currently, there were several hundred players outside the smithy. Every one of them carried an entire team's worth of equipment. Several hundred players meant several hundred 100-man teams' equipment. One could just imagine how profitable the equipment repair business was. However, we don't claim the smithy's repair fees. We only collect taxes. Aqua Rose was even more confused. Now we collect a fixed tax. However, don't forget that all the properties in the town are under our control. I have merely hired NPCs to man the smithy and repair equipment. As for prices, I have the final say, Shifeng explained with satisfaction. Hence, I've tripled the smithy's repair fees. These players can decide whether or not they want to pay the fee to repair their equipment. Aqua Rose gasped. She then said, "Triple? Why would anyone agree to that?" It was not cheap to repair a piece of equipment. Repair fees were a guild's largest expenditure. Raising the fees to 3 times the original price would be fatal to a guild. That's the point. I don't want them to spend coins to repair their equipment, because aside from paying triple the original repair fee, there is another method of payment. This is something that can only be done in a guild town. Not only is it possible to pay for items and services using credits in a guild town, but it is also possible to use certain items, such as magic crystals, as a form of currency. Shifeng smiled faintly. If they pay with magic crystals, considering the current market value, the repair fees will only cost 1.5 times the usual rate. Meanwhile, all of the magic crystals the smithy receives will belong to us. We just need to pay some coins in return. Before this, Shifeng had already received a report from Ouroboros regarding the income of the various guild teams, and had set the repair fees accordingly. If he set the repair fees at market rate, their rival guilds would gain the advantage. Meanwhile, 1.5 times the market rate was just barely within the various large guilds' budgets. Hence, the guilds who had lined up outside the smithy to repair their equipment were gnashing their teeth, while they waited with more than 10,000 pieces of equipment needing repairs. Just how many magic crystals would it cost? Doesn't that mean that the various large guilds are currently earning magic crystals for Zero Wing? A realization suddenly struck Aqua Rose. It was no wonder why Shifeng so generously allowed the various guilds to enter Stone Forest Town compared to grinding for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains themselves. Not only would they earn far more magic crystals by letting the various large guilds grind for them, but they could also save plenty of time and manpower. This is just the start. Soon, they will discover that, the moment they set foot in Stone Forest Town, the magic crystals in their inventories cease to belong to them. Shifeng had never intended to monopolize the Stoneclaw Mountains for himself. With so much free labor available, why should he waste the time of Zero Wing's core members? In fact, the hotel and leisure centers employed a similar business model as well. These establishments' prices were set according to normal rates, if one paid with magic crystals, but double when using coins. In other words, Stone Forest Town had already become a gold mine for magic crystals based on Shifeng's initial estimates. The town could earn more than 2,000 magic crystals in a single day. Moreover, as time progressed and more players entered the town, this number would increase if it were up to Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion to grind for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Even if they slaved all day, they would never obtain 1,000 magic crystals, let alone 2,000, with a steady income of 2,000 magic crystals each day from Stone Forest Town. In addition to the magic crystals the guild normally obtained from dungeons, Shifeng could support Zero Wing's massive daily expenditures. Otherwise, the magic crystals Shifeng had accumulated previously would last for only so long. Meanwhile, the various large guilds in Stone Forest Town were complaining about and gnashing their teeth at Zero Wing. However, they were utterly helpless against the guild as Stone Forest Town was under Zero Wing's control. Helpless, they could only hand over a portion of the magic crystals they had obtained. After all, they could earn more magic crystals during the time they saved by traveling here, rather than to Starmoon City. Overall, they would still earn more than they had been after Shifeng finished with Stone Forest Town's affairs. He passed the management of the town's daily affairs to Aqua Rose. He then returned to White River City to focus on claiming the first clear of the Frost Prison as a 100-man team dungeon. The Frost Prison was incredibly difficult even until now. One could count on a single hand the number of guilds that had obtained the first clear of a 100-man hard mode team dungeon throughout God's domain. As for Starmoon Kingdom, no one had earned this achievement, yet this was not due to everyone lacking appropriate equipment. Rather, it was because everyone's combat techniques were not up to snuff. Even Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smiles experts had quite a ways to go before meeting the minimum requirement. Hence, the various large guilds in Starmoon Kingdom were all stuck at the final boss of their respective 100-man team dungeons. Precisely because of this, Shifeng had never bothered leading Zero Wing's team to raid the Frost Prison now. However, the situation had changed. In order to improve the strength of Zero Wing's main force, he had invested a large number of magic crystals into the team, allowing them to practice and improve their combat techniques at the Divine Colosseum undisturbed. He had even given them a taste of the 100-berry wine's effects. After a period of training, every member of the main force was now capable of reaching the trial tower's 5th floor by relying on their own abilities, finally becoming experts. Chapter 667, 12 Sacred Nights. Inside the Frost Prison, the final boss, the Frost Giant, roared, causing the entire Frost Cavern to shake. In the next moment, countless icicles on the ceiling of the cave abruptly broke off and fell. The 100 level 30 players in the cave desperately dodged the descending icicles. If struck by these icicles, even an MT who had activated a life-saving skill would not be able to survive a single hit, much less any other classes. Everyone, pay attention to dodging, but don't waste too much stamina either. The boss only has 30% HP remaining. Warwolf hurriedly reminded his team after throwing himself to the floor to avoid the Frost Giant's steel hammer. At the moment, Warwolf's maximum HP was already more than 9,000. He was only behind Kola, who was equipped with a complete Tier 1 set equipment, by over 1,000 HP. He could definitely be considered one of the highest HP MTs in the game compared to the Frost Giant, which was the size of a small hill. Warwolf's HP was like a mere speck of dust. Frost Giant, elemental being, Great Lord. Level 32. HP 45, 000, 000/45, 000, 000. As the ruler of the Frost Prison, a 100-man team dungeon, the Frost Giant was considerably more powerful than any boss they had faced previously. Not only did it possess extremely high HP, but its massive 5-story tall body could cause great destruction with every action. Even Warwolf would receive nearly -4,000 damage when he blocked one of the Frost Giant's attacks with his shield. If he received a direct hit, his base damage would certainly exceed -6,000 points. In addition, the Great Lord also possessed a Frost Domain. The Frost Domain had a coverage area of 200 yards. Not only would everyone within the domain's movement and attack speed reduce by 40%, but the domain would also their stamina consumption rate by several times. It was common knowledge that, in God's domain, every movement a player made consumed stamina. However, as stamina was a hidden attribute, players were unable to check for their own stamina. Once they consumed their stamina to a certain degree, players would no longer be able to fight. They could only resume combat after resting for a time. In ordinary battles, players would not be able to exhaust their stamina completely even after 3 to 4 hours of continuous fighting. However, when a player's movements increased in intensity, their stamina consumption rate would also increase correspondingly. Meanwhile, the battles conducted in a large-scale team dungeon would be undeniably intense. Inside a large-scale team dungeon, even the slightest mistake could lead to a team wipe. Therefore, the burden placed on a player's stamina was incredibly significant. Under the effects of the Frost Domain, players would only be able to fight for a short time before they collapse from exhaustion. In such an extreme battle, ordinary players would only last 5 or 6 minutes. Even elite players would last just 2 or 3 minutes longer. Only players who possess powerful control over their own bodies could minimize their stamina consumption to the very minimum and last more than 12 minutes in the battle against the Frost Giant. However, very few players were capable of achieving such a high degree of control after being struck by another wave of icicles. Several more players fell flat on the floor from overexhaustion. They were unable to attack the boss, even if they wanted to. How many people are still able to fight? Warwolf asked through the team chat as he lifted his large shield to intercept the Frost Giant. Boss Wolf, we just lost another 4 more melees, and 1 ranged. We only have 76 people left. An oracle standing at the rear line replied. 76? Warwolf looked at the Frost Giant's HP. Currently, the Great Lord still had 27% of its HP remaining, which was roughly 12,150,000 HP. With their current damage output, they would have to continue attacking the boss for another 3 minutes or so to end the battle. However, after experiencing so many battles against this boss, Warwolf knew very clearly that the further they proceeded into the battle, the more players would become overexhausted. It was simply impossible to finish the battle in 3 minutes. Is it still impossible? The frost giant did not have many powerful skills. As long as one familiarized themselves with the Great Lord's skills, they could mostly evade the powerful moves of the boss. However, instead of dying to one of the boss's skills, the team had died from overexhaustion. If this matter were made known to others, they would certainly become a laughingstock. 5 minutes later, a group of people appeared at the resurrection point of the Frost Prison. This group of people was none other than the members of Overwhelming Smile Boss. The Frost Giant's combat technique requirement is simply too high. If we want to clear the dungeon, we'll need to have Underworld send more experts to us. It's no solution to continue losing EXP here, Soaring Snake, clad in black armor, suggested. Although Underworld is paying great attention to White River City, its main focus is still on the Frostwolf Kingdom and the Snowstorm Kingdom. The organization won't be willing to dispatch many experts to us. Besides, we can now bring the final boss down to less than 10% HP. As long as we have over a dozen people still alive near the end, we can clear the dungeon. Warwolf shook his head, denying Soaring Snake's suggestion. He then said, "It's a pity Yulan is too busy with managing the trading firm and guild over at Maple City. With her skills and wisdom, we might have already cleared the dungeon by now." Hearing Warwolf say so, everyone could not help but nod their heads in agreement when one spoke about the experts of Overwhelming Smile. The strongest expert was definitely Warwolf. However, nobody could ever guess that the second strongest expert in the guild was actually Yulan. Yulan's harmless appearance must not fool one. When it came to an actual fight, even the prideful and talented Soaring Snake was not a match for her. So much so that Soaring Snake could not even shave off 1/3 of Yulan's HP. Before being defeated, the fight between Yulan and Soaring Snake had stupefied everyone. Originally, Soaring Snake was considered one of the top few experts of Ouroboros. After receiving Warwolf's knowledge of numerous combat techniques, Soaring Snake's strength had soared by leaps and bounds. Yet he was still not a match for Yulan. "Let's head back," Warwolf said through the team chat. He no longer wished to waste any more time here. Just as the members of Overwhelming Smile were about to leave, the sound of a system announcement entered everyone's ears. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 4 million EXP, 70 silver, 100 White River City reputation points, and 40 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 5 million EXP, 5 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 100 White River City reputation points, and 50 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Gods, Domain Southern Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 6 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 gemstone of random attributes, 100 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 10 Humanity reputation points. The announcement repeated 3 times. The teams raiding the Frost Prison were instantly stupefied. Nobody would have thought that the first guild to clear a 100-man team dungeon in Star Moon Kingdom would be the newly established Heaven's Burial. Heaven's Burial? Warwolf's expression turned grim, a hint of confusion flashing across his eyes. Although there were many experts in Heaven's Burial, they should be about equal in strength to Overwhelming Smile. Yet Heaven's Burial had actually managed to raid the hard mode Frost Prison so quickly. No matter how he thought about it, there was something fishy. A short moment later, a group of players appeared at the Frost Prison teleportation gate. These people all wore the emblem of Heaven's Burial on their chests, and they were uniformly level 30. Meanwhile, the leader of the team, the cleric Flame Blood, looked at Warwolf and smiled beside Flame Blood. There were also many faces that Warwolf had never seen before. Meanwhile, every one of these new arrivals emitted sharp and frightening auras that were stronger than even Warwolf's team leader Wolf. It seems that Heaven's Burial has managed to come out slightly on top this time. Flame Blood said as he walked up to greet Werewolf. "We always thought that Zero Wing was our greatest opponent. I never thought that Heaven's Burial had hidden its strength so deeply. However, although overwhelming smile has lost this time, the results will not necessarily be the same the next time," Werewolf replied, smiling. He could not help but take a look at the few people standing beside Flame Blood. This time, he was fully convinced of his loss, because even he could not see through the strength of the Guardian Knight beside Flame Blood. The man gave off a feeling similar to a mountain. Despite having used an advanced identification skill on the Guardian Knight, all Werewolf managed to see was the fact that the Guardian Knight had over 10,000 HP, nearly 1,000 more than he did. The Guardian Knight's strength was definitely above his own with such a powerful MT. In addition to top-tier experts like Flame Blood, Ghost Shadow, and several other experts who were a match for the Guardian Knight expert, it was very reasonable for Heaven's Burial to clear the hard-mode Frost Prison. In the middle of the two's conversation, Shifeng had arrived before the dungeon together with his team. The expressions on each of their faces at the moment were very ugly. None of them would have thought that Heaven's Burial would obtain the first clear of the Frost Prison Guild leader Black Flame. It is truly a pity. If you had come here a little earlier, the first clear of this dungeon might have belonged to Zero Wing instead. Flame Blood laughed elegantly. The achievement of obtaining the first clear of a 100-man team dungeon this time would lift Heaven's Burial's reputation to a whole new level. Although it still could not become White River City's #1 guild, at the very least, everyone would no longer think that Heaven's Burial was inferior to Zero Wing. In terms of dungeon raiding capabilities, others might even think that Heaven's Burial was slightly superior. Shifeng did not make a response regarding Heaven's Burial's unexpected performance. Sweeping his gaze across the members of Heaven's Burial, his attention immediately fell onto a single person. "Why is one of the 12 sacred knights here?" Shifeng was inwardly stunned when he saw the Guardian Knight standing beside Flame Blood. Chapter 668 Challenge. Other than those extraordinarily rare, God-ranked experts, there had been countless experts in God's domain. There had even been many Tier 5 experts in the past. The top 12 Tier 5 players of every class had been known as the 12 Sacred Experts. Tier 5 experts were considered treasures to any guild. They were geniuses that could not be ignored. Any guild that managed to nurture a Tier 5 expert would celebrate for days. Meanwhile, the 12 Sacred Experts were a group of players standing at the very peak of Tier 5 classes. They had been geniuses among geniuses. Right now, the Guardian Knight standing beside Flame Blood had been one of the famous 12 Sacred Knights, Lightning Blade. Not only was his blade work astonishingly fast, but he was also famous for having an impenetrable defense. In the past, even the 12 Sacred Assassins had been unable to break through his defense. Lightning Blade had ranked 8th among the 12 Sacred Knights. However, the most frightening aspect about him was the fact that he had been an independent player. Had Lightning Blade joined a first-rate guild early on in the past, he might have had the chance to join the Tier 6 God-ranked players. Shifeng never imagined that Heaven's Burial could actually rope in such a peerless expert. He was slightly surprised. There was no doubting the importance of an MT to a team. Heaven's Burial had already recruited many experts of the virtual gaming world. Now, they had even managed to recruit such a powerful MT. Lightning Blade's entry into the guild instantly elevated the strength of Heaven's Burial's main force by several levels. You read the famous one-hit Azura, Black Flame? Lightning Blade shifted his gaze to Shifeng. Grinning, he said, "I heard that you were Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. I have always enjoyed challenging experts. Why don't we have a duel? I want to see whether the rumored one-hit Azura is actually as godly as they say, being able to send anyone to the afterlife with just one hit. Or maybe everything was just a big lie." The moment Lightning Blade finished his words, the surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. At this moment, every member of Zero Wing radiated an intense killing intent. Shifeng was their guild leader. How dare anyone just walk up to him and issue a challenge, not to mention doing so with such a disrespectful tone. This was an insult to Zero Wing itself. However, as the leader of Heaven's Burial's team, rather than stopping Lightning Blade, Flame Blood simply stood by his side, smiling although it was not wise to provoke Zero Wing. Heaven's Burial's momentum was in full swing. It was also a good thing to have Lightning Blade test the depths of Shifeng's strength. Not only would this improve the guild's reputation, but it would also serve as a foundation to deal with Shifeng in the future. Moreover, in the event that Lightning Blade managed to defeat Shifeng, Heaven's Burial's fame would soar. Standing by the side, Wolf played the role of an observer in this fight. If Shifeng refused Lightning Blade's challenge, Heaven's Burial would definitely spread the news of this matter, claiming that Shifeng was afraid to accept the challenge. Shifeng's position as the #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom would definitely be at risk. However, if he accepted the challenge, he would also risk revealing his strength to his enemies. If this happened, he would not have as many hidden advantages in future battles. Violet Cloud suddenly stepped forward and said, "Don't you think it's a little too early for you to challenge our guild leader? However, I'll be your opponent." "You, a cleric?" Lightning Blade glanced at the young and slender Violet Cloud. With disdain he said, "I have no interest in unripened little girls like you. Black Flame, you can't possibly send a little girl into battle just because you're afraid of facing me, right?" "Little girl." Violet Cloud remained unperturbed by the Guardian Knight's insult. Smiling calmly she said, "If you can't even defeat a little girl like me, what qualifications do you have to face our guild leader? Then are you saying that, as long as I beat you, your guild leader will fight me?" Lightning Blade countered with a question of his own. "I guarantee it." Shifeng nodded. "Okay. I look forward to experiencing guild leader Black Flame's brilliant moves," Lightning Blade laughed. He then shifted his gaze towards Violet Cloud, following which, both teams distanced themselves from each other, creating a space for the fighters. "Lightning, be careful of that girl. She's not as simple as she looks. She's an expert who has reached the later stage of the 7th floor. She should be just as strong, if not stronger than Ghost Shadow." Flame Blood warned the empty. Lightning Blade was an expert that Heaven's Burial had spared no expense to recruit. The Guardian Knight's strength spoke for itself. Even Ghost Shadow had failed to damage him, as Lightning Blade had blocked every one of the assassin's attacks. With his exceedingly high HP and lightning quick attacks, Lightning Blade eventually wore Ghost Shadow down, claiming his life. One could say that Lightning Blade had a massive advantage in PvP battles against a low-damage cleric. It would be child's play for Lightning Blade to secure a victory. However, a little caution never hurt anybody. "Relax. I've known about this for a while. I'm just trying to agitate Black Flame, so that he will agree to a duel." Lightning Blade no longer had a prideful and arrogant air around himself. On the contrary, he remained calm and attached great importance to this duel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shifeng secretly passed a bottle of 100-berry wine to Violet Cloud, saying softly, "Drink this before you fight him. Do not let him within 10 yards of you." Though Shifeng was unsure of Lightning Blade's current strength, he did know one of his weaknesses. While knowing this weakness would do little good to ordinary experts, to Violet Cloud, however, it would help her tremendously in the upcoming battle. "Guild leader, is Lightning Blade so strong that Violet Cloud needs to drink 100-berry wine?" Fire Dance was confused by Shifeng's actions in Zero Wing. When speaking about combat techniques, Violet Cloud was even superior to her. Meanwhile, in terms of strength, she was only slightly superior to Violet Cloud. Due to the advantage of her class and weapons, they both wore the best available equipment in all of God's domain. With their current standards, there were very few people who could defeat them in Starmoon Kingdom. Even against an expert like Wolf, Fire Dance was confident that both she and Violet Cloud had more than a 60% chance of defeating him. "If we're going to win, we have to win brilliantly," Shifeng laughed. He did not think that the current Violet Cloud was inferior to Lightning Blade. The girl was even an astromancer, a hidden class. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, everyone could not help but roll their eyes at their guild leader. This was simply extravagant. Normally, they had to fight tooth for nail against each other to obtain a single bottle, exhausting themselves. Yet, now, Shifeng let a bottle go to waste just for a flashy win. If they had known something like this would happen, they would have volunteered. That was the 100-berry wine. Drinking just one bottle could allow one to become a top-tier expert. 2 bottles could push one to the apex of Star Moon Kingdom without hesitation. Violet Cloud emptied the bottle of 100-berry wine, a faint blush appearing on her white, delicate cheeks. Tasting her lips, it was obvious she still could not get enough of the beverage. She was adorable. The members of Heaven's Burial were surprised when they saw Zero Wings members watch Violet Cloud enviously. What was going on with Zero Wings members? Was participating in the duel really something to be jealous of? This will be interesting. That young lady easily toyed with Nimble Snake in the past. Warwolf wore a playful smile. He then shifted his gaze to Lightning Blade, a cunning spark flashing in his eyes. This is a good chance to see just how powerful that Guardian Knight is. I actually feel a significant pressure from him. Standing by his side, Nimble Snake nodded in agreement with Warwolf's words. Violet Cloud's combat techniques were indeed very powerful. She had actually reached the 7th floor of the Trial Tower. However, actual combat and challenging the Trial Tower were 2 entirely different things. Previously, he had lost to Violet Cloud due to the latter having the advantage in tiers. Otherwise, the outcome would not have necessarily ended in Violet Cloud's favor. His strength had improved significantly since then. If they faced each other again, he would definitely win against Violet Cloud once both combatants were ready. Lightning Blade and Violet Cloud initiated the duel system countdown. 5-second system countdown. 4 seconds. System, duel start. Chapter 669, Divine Exemption. When the duel began, everyone's attention promptly shifted towards the 2 fighters. One was a Guardian Knight, while the other was a Cleric. Neither was a high-damage class. In this matchup, however, Lightning Blade held the advantage due to the Guardian Knight's magic resistance aura and several interrupt skills. To Violet Cloud, a fragile and healing-oriented class, this duel was somewhat disadvantageous for her in terms of HP. Violet Cloud had over 7,000, far above the average for magical classes. However, compared to an MT like Lightning Blade, who had over 10,000 HP, it would not save her fall. Lightning Blade immediately charged at Violet Cloud. Tightening his grip on the massive shield in his left hand, he executed Shield Bash. As his entire person crashed into Violet Cloud, Lightning Blade's right arm began to swing, his saber slicing the air as it transformed into a streak of light that flew towards Violet Cloud's delicate neck. The entire process was flawless and happened in the blink of an eye. He had not given Violet Cloud any chance to cast her skills. Such a proficient 2-stage attack. Warwolf could not help but praise the MT as he watched Lightning Blade's performance. Ordinary players would find it difficult just to evade the oncoming shield. Moreover, as the shield came at them, players would instinctively focus on the shield, thereby ignoring Lightning Blade's closely following saber. Against such a 2-stage attack, even an expert at their peak would be distracted by the shield momentarily and miss the opportunity to deal with Lightning Blade's saber. It was very easy for one to fall prey to Lightning Blade's attack. Violet Cloud hurriedly sidestepped, evading the Guardian Knight's shield bash with the least amount of movement. At the same time, she instinctively activated Truth Shield, an instant cast skill. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive slashes struck the same spot on the golden shield, and the shield began to show signs of shattering. Reacting, Lightning Blade sent a hammer of sanctions descending on Violet Cloud's head, moving her feet. Violet Cloud gracefully evaded the Guardian Knight's hammer of sanctions. Your reaction speed is impressive. I'll give you that. Unfortunately, although you might be able to avoid my hammer of sanctions, you won't avoid this move, Lightning Blade sneered. Immediately, he executed Cross Slash, the attack colliding with the golden shield protecting Violet Cloud. Boom. Unable to bear the weight of the attack, the golden shield shattered. In addition, Violet Cloud received over -400 damage. If not for the Truth Shield absorbing a large portion of the damage, she would have lost a lot more HP after shattering the Cleric's Truth Shield. Lightning Blade followed up with several more slashes that were aimed at Violet Cloud's vital points. Responding quickly, Violet Cloud immediately activated Terrorizing Roar, causing all enemies within range to lose control of their characters. With a calm expression, Lightning Blade let out a low shout. In the next moment, His body released a golden brilliance tier 1 skill, Divine Exemption. For the next 7 seconds, he became immune to all control skills. Violet Cloud's terrorizing roar was rendered completely useless. After effortlessly diffusing the skill, Lightning Blade's saber continued to fall towards Violet Cloud. Without losing any momentum, Violet Cloud was caught off guard. Although she tried to block with her staff, the Guardian Knight's attacks were simply too fast. In the end, she received a few hits instantly. Violet Cloud was sent flying, her HP rapidly decreasing. Every attack had devoured over 500 HP. After 3 consecutive strikes, Violet Cloud had lost over 1,500 HP. Now, she had less than 5,000 HP remaining while Divine Exemption was still in effect. Lightning Blade continued to pursue his enemy ruthlessly. Easily dodging Violet Cloud's sacred sanctions, he swiftly appeared before the cleric once again. Divine Storm. Consecutive Holy Slash. Although Violet Cloud constantly tried to put more distance between herself and Lightning Blade, Guardian Knights possessed skills that could enhance their movement speed. Hence, Violet Cloud could only desperately try to defend against the oncoming attacks, her HP rapidly decreasing in the process. Even though she had activated instant recovery to heal herself, the healing she received could not keep up with the damage Lightning Blade dished out. After a short moment, Violet Cloud's HP fell below 3,000. If any other healer class fought Lightning Blade right now, the duel would have long since ended. Lightning Blade's attacks are becoming faster and fiercer. He's not giving that cleric any chances to catch her breath. Although the cleric class does have a few control skills, none of them are effective against Lightning Blade. Smiling faintly, Flame Blood said, "However, Violet Cloud really is strong. Even though a cleric is not a combat class, she has still survived against Lightning Blade until now. With her skills, it's no wonder she set foot on the 7th floor." Standing by the side, Ghost Shadow nodded in agreement with Flame Blood's words. At the end of the day, a cleric was not a PvP class. If Fire Dance were the one fighting in this match, Zero Wing might have had a chance of emerging victorious. Yuri quite good. However, I won't give you any more chances to heal. Grunting, Lightning Blade's body suddenly expanded slightly as he used the Berserk skill, Light Force, increasing his strength and endurance by 30%, and defense by 60% for 20 seconds. Suddenly, Lightning Blade's HP rose to more than 13,000. His damage also increased significantly. Guild Leader Black Flame. It is truly a pity that this battle is going to end so quickly, Flame Blood said as he turned to Shifeng. Smiling, the outcome was obvious now. Lightning Blade still had more than 13,000 HP, whereas Violet Cloud had less than 3,000 HP. Though Violet Cloud could technically heal herself, skills such as Healing Light and Greater Healing required one to chant and channel for at least 1 or 2 seconds. Against an expert such as Lightning Blade, Violet Cloud would not have any chance to cast such time-consuming skills. She could only use instant cast skills to heal herself for a small amount of HP. However, now that Lightning Blade had activated a Berserk skill, that small amount of healing was practically negligible. When Lightning Blade activated Berserk mode, even Ghost Shadow, who was proficient in melee combat, would have no choice but to activate Vanish to evade the Guardian Knight's attacks temporarily. Otherwise, he would not survive 3 to 5 moves. Indeed, I had not expected that Lightning Blade would be so impatient, not giving Violet Cloud any extra time. Shifeng nodded, hearing Shifeng's words. Flame Blood could not help but be surprised. He had not imagined that Shifeng would be so straightforward. With anticipation he said, "Ha ha ha. Lightning indeed possesses such a personality. However, this is also because he very much looks forward to fighting you, Guild Leader Black Flame." "Fighting me?" Shifeng shook his head. Calmly smiling, he said, "I'm afraid a loser doesn't qualify to challenge me." "Loser?" Confusion appeared on Flame Blood's eyes. Is Guild Leader Black Flame referring to Lightning Blade? Who else would I be referring to? Shifeng rolled his eyes at the cleric. "You have an interesting sense of humor." Flame Blood understood that Shifeng was in denial. "Let's see who will lose then." Although Shifeng's voice was not loud, experts with keen 5 sense could hear him clearly. Even from a distance, when Lightning Blade heard Shifeng's words, His mouth inadvertently twitched, wrathful flames appearing in his eyes. I had intended to show some mercy. Now, however, I'll teach you the meaning of despair. If you want to blame someone, blame your guild leader. Lightning Blade transformed into an afterimage and arrived before Violet Cloud, the blade of his saber vanishing as he swung the weapon. At this moment, one could only see the afterimage of his arm. Moreover, the Guardian Knight no longer aimed at Violet Cloud's vital points, but at her limbs instead. Just as Lightning Blade's saber was about to strike Violet Cloud, the saber suddenly stopped an inch before Violet Cloud's arm. Unable to perceive what's going on, Lightning Blade muttered in shock. No matter how much strength he used, so much so that the veins in his arms bulged with the effort, his saber could not reach Violet Cloud's body. It was as if he had just struck a steel wall. Guild leader, couldn't you have let me play a little longer? Violet Cloud pouted. Chapter 670, Difference in Skills. Everyone was stunned when they saw the sudden change between the combatants after activating his berserk skill. Lightning Blade was extraordinarily powerful, particularly in terms of strength, yet his slash, which was backed up by that powerful strength, could not actually touch Violet Cloud. Lightning Blade's saber was frozen 1 inch before reaching Violet Cloud. It was simply inconceivable. A protection skill? Warwolf reacted quickly. There were many kinds of protection skills in God's domain, such as a swordsman's parry or a berserker's block. Magical classes also had corresponding skills. Only these skills were extremely rare because magical classes were not melee classes. They faced significantly fewer dangers. Hence, these types of skills were very rare. Everyone suddenly came to a realization protection skills were extremely rare. However, with Zero Wing's strength, it would not be difficult to obtain one such a skill book for Violet Cloud, so she has a protection skill. However, how many of my attacks do you think your protection skill can withstand? Lightning Blade growled. You are only prolonging your suffering. Saying so, Lightning Blade began brandishing his saber once again. Generally, protection skills could only block a certain number of attacks. Moreover, that number was very low. It was a skill only meant for crucial moments. Standing at a distance, Sherfong could clearly see what was going through Lightning Blade's mind, and he could not help but shake his head. The protection skill Violet Cloud had used was not any ordinary protection skill. The skill was called Absolute Space, and it was a Tier 1 legacy skill unique to Astromancers. When activated, Absolute Space nullified all attacks the caster received for 5 seconds. During this time, the caster was not allowed to move, but could cast spells to attack. It was a near-invincible skill. Despite Lightning Blade's relentless assault, the latter did not receive a single point of damage. In the meantime, Violet Cloud casually used lesser healing and recovery, her HP rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, her HP recovered to more than 6,000. She also had plenty of time left on Absolute Space. Taking this opportunity, Violet Cloud began to chant an incantation. Her finger traced line after line of runes in the air. Just as the duration of Absolute Space was about to expire, Violet Cloud pointed her finger at Lightning Blade, the tip of her finger releasing a black beam at the Guardian Knight before her Tier 1 spell Black Coffin. Realizing that something was amiss, Lightning Blade hurriedly tried to dodge. However, before he could do so, 4 pitch-black walls emerged from the ground around him, sealing him in completely. When Nimble Snake saw this, his teeth ground together. This move was precisely the one that Violet Cloud had used to defeat him in the arena. Now that Lightning Blade had similarly fallen prey to it, the outcome of the battle might change drastically. Black Coffin could trap its target for 3 long seconds. Violet Cloud took the opportunity to create some distance between herself and the trapped Guardian Knight. She then leisurely chanted an incantation. The spell she cast this time created a much bigger commotion. As Violet Cloud began chanting, a black magic array appeared in midair. In the next moment, the mana in the surrounding area frantically gathered at the magic array. Soon, the black coffin began to fade out of existence. Escaping the coffin, Lightning Blade was immediately greeted by the sight of a black magic array spewing numerous black balls of light. 1-2. Very quickly, the number increased to 36. Every black ball of light was as large as a basketball, and they covered the entire space above the duel venue. Go! Violet Cloud shouted her command. The black balls of light filling the sky then bombarded Lightning Blade. Violet Cloud's attack came from all directions. Even when Lightning Blade tried to defend himself with his shield, many black balls struck him from his flanks and rear. Unable to endure the barrage, Lightning Blade began to move, attempting to evade the balls of light. After taking 4 steps, however, the Guardian Knight no longer dared to move about carelessly with each step. He discovered that he would lose over 600 HP. Lightning Blade only had over 13,000 HP. If each step destroyed more than 600 HP, he would be finished with his 22nd step yet. Against the omnidirectional bombardment of the 36 mana balls, even if he had amazing skills, the balls would still devour his HP. Moreover, whenever the mana balls collided with his body, the impact felt like he had been struck by a sledgehammer. Not only did they contain a massive amount of power, but they could also deal over -300 damage. Every time the mana balls attacked him, roughly 5 or 6 would find their way through his defense, causing over -1,500 damage in an instant. Damn it. Seeing as he could neither move nor defend himself properly, Lightning Blade had no choice but to cast Protection Blessing, reducing the damage he received by 50%. However, if this continued, he would not last for long. Even with Protection Blessing, everyone was currently stupefied by the duel before Themis. She really a cleric? This question hovered in everyone's mind. This attack method had already surpassed their understanding of the game's skills. In the past, skills had been straightforward. This was the first time they had seen such a flexible and diversified method of combat. Until now, everyone had believed that magical classes stood no chance against physical classes in PvP, and that their only advantage was being capable of high damage in dungeons. However, Violet Cloud's strategy had thoroughly changed everyone's minds. Violet Cloud's skill combination was simply too frightening. Not only was Lightning Blade unable to move, but he even faced the attacks of the numerous black balls of lights. If anyone else stood in Lightning Blade's place, the bombardment would have long since turned them into mincemeat. Even highly skilled experts like Flame Blood, Ghost Shadow, and War Wolf felt powerless as they watched Violet Cloud's attacks. At this moment, Flame Blood's expression twisted. He could no longer maintain his previous calm. How was this even a duel? This was a slaughter. Is this the true strength of an expert who has reached the later stage of the 7th floor? At this moment, Flame Blood could not help but shift his gaze towards Shurfeng and Fire Dance, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. If both Fire Dance and Shurfeng were stronger than Violet Cloud, then Zero Wing was truly a terrifying guild. How did she become so strong? Nimble Snake was horrified as he watched Lightning Blade's destruction. Even his leader, War Wolf, would not be a match for Violet Cloud. While everyone was mesmerized by Violet Cloud's performance, Lightning Blade, who stood in the duel site, felt depression overtake him. If only 20 black balls of light attacked him, he might barely cope and avoid receiving any damage. However, dealing with 36 was far beyond his capabilities at this moment. Regret swallowed Lightning Blade. If he had known earlier that Violet Cloud had such an attack method, he would never have agreed to duel. Hera, a bona fide top-tier expert, like himself, had actually become a punching bag, unable to resist in the least. It was utterly humiliating. The 100-berry wine is the best. I actually achieved a 91% skill completion rate, allowing me to summon so many mana balls. I wonder just how many I can summon if I achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Violet Cloud inwardly rejoiced while she controlled the mana balls in the sky. In the past, she had only achieved a 90% skill completion rate and summoned a maximum of 30 mana balls. Now, however, she had increased her completion rate by 1%, and just this 1% had increased the maximum mana balls by 6. If she could raise her skill completion rate to 100%, her skills would be absolutely terrifying. Time crawled by before 10 seconds had passed. Lightning Blade's 13,000 HP depleted completely. From beginning to end, the Guardian Knight had not been able to resist in the slightest. Chapter 671 True Form. Defeated. Lightning Blade had been thoroughly defeated. Nobody would have imagined that Zero Wing had such a powerful character as Violet Cloud. The arrogance Heaven's Burial's members had displayed had been utterly extinguished. Others might not realize exactly how strong Lightning Blade was, but they knew. In the entire guild, nobody could win against Lightning Blade in a one-on-one match, let alone obtain victory. So effortlessly does anybody from Heaven's Burial still dare to challenge our guild leader? Violet Cloud shifted her gaze towards Heaven's Burial's members, a faint smile appearing on her face. Provocatively she said, "I really want to see just who among you qualifies to do so." Nobody from Heaven's Burial dared respond. None of the spectators were weaklings. Through Lightning Blade's battle, they could determine Violet Cloud's standards. They would only be asking for humiliation if they tried to challenge her. Unlike everyone else, however, Ghost Shadow revealed a look of interest. Unfortunately, just as he was about to open his mouth and speak, the woman beside him stopped his words. This woman wore a gorgeous red mage's robe, which failed tremendously to hide her magnificent cleavage. She also wore a white beret on her head, covering her silky blue hair, which scattered around her waist. In her hand, she held an eye-catching, white jade staff that radiated a faint golden glow. "Daybreak, why are you stopping me?" Ghost Shadow demanded. Dissatisfied, Daybreak Fog was in charge of Heaven's Burial's affairs in Starmoon City. Her position in the guild was higher than even Flame Blood's. Her strength could not be underestimated. If not for Daybreak Fog's help, even with Lightning Blade present, Heaven's Burial would not have cleared the frozen prison today. Don't humiliate the guild any further. You are no match for her. There's too much of a difference in strength between your skills. We have already completed our task here. You will have your chance in the future, Daybreak Fog said as she raised an eyebrow at Ghost Shadow. She had not used a persuasive tone, but a commanding one. Flame Blood nodded in agreement. Now that Heaven's Burial had obtained the first clear of the Frost Prison, their reputation flourished. However, if Violet Cloud defeated their several great experts, all of their efforts would go to waste. Zero Wing certainly has many experts. In the future, we will have many opportunities to clash with them. Today, we have other matters to attend to, so we will not keep you any longer. Flame Blood gave Shifeng a cupped fist salute before turning away. After watching Flame Blood and the others leave, War Wolf saluted Shifeng before leaving with his team as well. Guild leader, are we still going to raid the Frost Prison? Fire Dance asked softly. Now that Heaven's Burial had obtained the Frost Prison's first clear, there was no point in raiding the dungeon. Rather than obtaining some materials and equipment, grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains for magic crystals and high-level equipment would be more effective. After all, the Stoneclaw Mountains was a level 30 to level 49 regional dungeon. Not only did it drop much higher level equipment, but it also offered higher quality equipment. By grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they could prepare to raid the next large-scale team dungeon. It was more efficient than grinding for a bunch of level 30 equipment in the Frost Prison. Of course, we're going. They've only obtained the first clear of hard mode, not hell mode. My goal has always been the first clear of hell mode. Even if Heaven's Burial has obtained the first clear of hard mode, it doesn't affect us one bit. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. The materials for constructing a stable were not that easily obtainable. The drop rate for these materials in a 100-man hard mode team dungeon was very low. Sometimes the materials he required would not even drop. If he wished to obtain the necessary materials to construct a stable as soon as possible, he would have to clear hell mode. By relying only on 100-man hard mode team dungeons, they would not gather all the necessary materials, even if they raided the dungeon 100 times. On the other hand, they could obtain what he needed from hell mode team dungeons refreshed once every 3 days. Raiding a team dungeon 100 times would require at least 300 days. Though when players reached higher levels, lower-level dungeons would become much easier to raid. At that time, the number of teams the guild could form to raid these dungeons would also increase. However, that was still a long ways off. Currently, Shifeng was in a hurry to construct a stable and nurture the Thunder Wolf. Nurturing a 5-star mount required a lot of time and effort, After all, he did not wish to see the Thunder Wolf still in the process of being tamed while the mainstream players had already purchased their own mounts. Everyone was rendered speechless. Guild leader. With our recent improvement, we might be able to manage hard mode, but I think that hell mode is still out of our reach. Fire Dance refused to believe that hell mode was only slightly harder than hard mode indeed. In terms of techniques, the majority of the team is still far from qualified. Though in terms of equipment and attributes, everyone has already passed the minimum requirements. Shifeng then grinned and said, however, techniques can be made up for. Made up? A light suddenly shone in Fire Dance's eyes. Guild leader, are you planning on using the 100-berry wine? If one spoke of a method to improve one's combat techniques for a short period, then the only thing that came to everyone's mind was the 100-berry wine. Only the 100-berry wine was too rare. Currently, everyone could only obtain it through Shifeng. They had not even heard of the beverage being available elsewhere. Let's enter the dungeon before we continue this conversation. Shifeng nodded. The 100-berry wine was indeed extremely rare. However, some time ago, he had made another trip to District 1's shelter and had obtained another 300 bottles. Hence, he had no problem wasting a few to obtain the first clear of the Hell Mode Frost Prison. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's successful raid of the Frost Prison had become major news throughout Starmoon Kingdom. For a time, everyone in the kingdom knew of the guild named Heaven's Burial. Heaven's Burial is too amazing. Even the two first-rate guilds in Starmoon City have yet to obtain the first clear of a 100-man team dungeon. Yet, Heaven's Burial succeeded. A 100-man dungeon. That place is a goldmine for fine gold and dark gold equipment. Our guild has only managed to raid 50-man hard mode team dungeons so far. I wonder when I'll obtain a complete top-tier set equipment for myself? Top-tier set equipment? I don't need so much. I only hope to wear a full set of secret silver equipment. My friends would die from envy. A full set of secret silver equipment? Just the level 25 secret silver weapon my friend wields is already enough to make me drool. When he showed me the weapon, he even brought our friends and me into a dungeon to show off that weapon in action. Bronze or mysterious iron weapons can never hope to compare to how cool his weapon is. I heard that Heaven's Burial is mass recruiting right now. The benefits they offer are excellent. The guild often brings newcomers with good potential into large-scale team dungeons. We should still make it for the recruitment if we hurry. Players throughout Starmoon Kingdom were talking about Heaven's Burial on the forums for a time. Heaven's Burial's member count soared. Unlike Zero Wing, however, Heaven's Burial did not have any financial issues. Players could join the guild as long as they reached the minimum requirements. The guild also began to show signs of becoming the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, inside the Frost Prison, Shifeng and the others finally arrived at the Frost Giant's entrenchment. Compared to the hard mode Frost Giant, the Hell mode Frost Giant was much larger. It was as tall as an 8-story building. Moreover, sharp icicles covered its body. Cold air also flowed from the Frost Giant's body, reducing the mobility of those affected. Before the battle had even begun, everyone could feel the cold air wash over them, causing them to shiver. Nobody knew that the Hell Mode Frost Giant was the Frost Giant's true form. Frost Giant, Elemental Being Grand Lord. Level 32. HP 60, 000, 000, 000/60, 000, 000. Chapter 672, Terror of a Grand Lord. Shortly after Shifeng and the others entered the Hell Mode Frost Prison, the various guilds received news of the matter. Black Flame really is interesting. After we've just claimed the first clear of hard mode, he immediately leads Zero Wing to raid Hell Mode, Daybreak Fog said, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes. Smirking, she asked, Flame Blood, what do you think of this? They should just be testing the waters. At this point, there isn't any point in raiding the hard mode Frost Prison. Aside from challenging Hell Mode, their only other option is to challenge the 100-man team dungeons of other cities. However, the team will have to prepare and familiarize themselves with the other 100-man team dungeons to raid them successfully, Flame Blood said quietly as he read the report from his subordinates. Unfortunately, with Zero Wing's current teams, it is simply impossible to raid the Hell Mode Frost Prison. That is no longer an issue of being strong enough or not. Indeed, maybe I am just overthinking things. That is, after all, a 100-man Hell Mode dungeon. Daybreak Fog had previously met Shifeng. Although she had not seen exactly how skilled the man was, judging from his past performances and the various experts around him, he was not someone who would make foolish decisions. Forget it. What Zero Wing does no longer matters to us. I only visited to help you with the dungeon. Guild leader has already declared that our true focus is the Stoneclaw Mountains. As for the matters in White River City, leave them to Elder Seven Treasures. What is it that requires all of us to head there? Aren't the Stoneclaw Mountains just a place to grind for magic crystals? Flame Blood asked, confused. These two were the strongest combatants within the guild. It would not be wise to station them all in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Haven't you ever wondered how the Stoneclaw Mountains activated? Daybreak Fog laughed. I have no clue. Does guild leader know? Flame Blood shook his head and asked, not only does he know about it, but guild leader is responsible for activating the Stoneclaw Mountains. When Daybreak Fog spoke about Heaven's Burial's guild leader, singular burial, adulation filled her voice. She had left the super guild she had been a part of and joined Heaven's Burial without hesitation because of this man. Meanwhile, Singular Burial had personally dragged the Stoneclaw Mountains, that every guild in Starmoon Kingdom, fought over into existence. Flame Blood, and the others were astonished. They were unable to regain their wits for quite some time at this point in time. The Stoneclaw Mountains had affected players throughout Starmoon Kingdom, as well as the Black Dragon Empire and several other neighboring kingdoms. Its influence transcended any single event that had occurred in God's domain. So far it can't be, right? As expected of our guild leader, he has actually managed such a feat. Everyone could not contain their excitement. Activating the Stoneclaw Mountains is merely one part of a quest. The follow-up quests are inside the Stoneclaw Mountains. As long as we complete this quest, Starmoon City will fall under our control. Hence, this matter takes precedence over everything else, Daybreak Fog said sternly, her tone hinting that she would not take no for an answer. Since that is the case, let's prepare to head over there immediately. Flame Blood fully agreed with Daybreak Fog's words. If they could obtain Starmoon City for themselves, it would become somewhat easier to obtain White River City. Frost Prison. Why is a Grand Lord so much stronger than a Great Lord? Fire Dance frowned as she observed the Frost Giant. Currently, her senses warned her that she must not provoke the Frost Giant under any circumstances. Although the Grand Lord ranked Frost Giant only had 15 million more HP than the Great Lord version, the difference between them felt like the difference between heaven and earth. The team members could not help but shudder. The Grand Lord's aura was so dense that it made them feel like they were submerged in water, reducing their mobility significantly. Just how were they supposed to fight like this? Let's rest here for now, Shifeng said in the team chat. He was not in a hurry to start the battle. The Hell Mode Frost Prison was no trivial matter. Even with the assistance of the 100-berry wine, there was no guarantee they could clear the dungeon. Contrary to expectations, the greatest difference between a Grand Lord and an ordinary Great Lord was not attributes, but mental suppression. It was one of the reasons that made Grand Lords exceedingly difficult to take down. Aura was intangible. It was more like a form of mental suppression. When people were under immense pressure, they would often lose their ability to perform normally. Some people would even find it difficult to move. It was just like how many people would be petrified when they encountered a life-threatening situation. A Grand Lord possessed such an aura. Even an expert player would find it difficult to cope with such a situation, much less ordinary players. Hence, the 100-man Hell Mode dungeons of the various regions were exceedingly hard to clear. It was not a matter of having insufficient strength. Rather, it was because players were unable to exhibit it properly. Only powerful experts with stout hearts would endure the mental suppression and fight normally. To current players, this was asking too much. Fortunately, Shifeng had a way to combat this problem. Fire, distribute these bottles. Saying so, Shifeng took out 100 bottles of 100-berry wine from his bag. Not only could the 100-berry wine increase a player's compatibility rate with their weapons and equipment, but it also had the side effect of dulling a player's 5 senses. Normally, this would reduce a player's sensitivity in battle, weakening their perception of danger. In this case, however, it was the best method to reduce the frost giant's mental suppression. Alcohol makes a man braver. However, instead of increasing a person's courage, alcohol would numb a person's mental perception, removing their sense of crisis. Normally, crisis awareness was the foundation of survival for all living beings. Only with a sense of danger could one avoid threats, and survive. This sense was indispensable for God's domain's players. Players normally worked to sharpen their crisis awareness. That way, they could avoid attacks and launch counterattacks in battles. Meanwhile, Grand Lords were so terrifying was precisely because the main god system had specifically designed these monsters to challenge this sense. After receiving the 100-berry wine, everyone promptly emptied their bottles. Sure enough, the suppression everyone experienced lessened significantly. Their bodies no longer felt heavy at the same time. Shifeng also used the Bible of Darkness to summon a level 36 Tier 2 evil spirit. Although it was not a support-type evil spirit like the Heart Devourer, it was a magic attack-type evil spirit. It could increase the team's overall DPS significantly. Everyone focus on dodging and positioning. When attacking, focus on stability above all else. If you know your attacks will miss, don't bother wasting stamina. Shifeng began to issue commands. Also, MTs, listen up. After you launch a few attacks at the start of the battle, you won't need to continue attacking the boss. Just make sure you stand in front of the boss as much as possible. For damage dealers, do the opposite. Do not stand in front of the boss as much as possible. It is best if you attack from the sides. Shifeng had fought the Hell Mode Frost Giant plenty of times in the past. The Frost Giant possessed relatively low intelligence. Even as a Grand Lord, this fact held true. This was fairly common for elemental beings. The Frost Giant's attacks were also quite simple, preferring to attack only the targets in front of it. The Frost Giant would only switch targets after destroying the target before it. The team's MTs did not deal a lot of damage. If they had to focus on attacking while evading and blocking the Frost Giant's attacks, with their current techniques and attributes, they would run out of stamina before 10 minutes were up. Against the Grand Lord's 60 million HP, 10 minutes was definitely not enough to finish the battle. After everyone was in position, Kola, Yi Wumian, Turtledove, and the other MTs charged at the Frost Giant as one fierce assault. Before the group of MTs arrived before the Frost Giant, the Grand Lord released its Frost Domain. The Frost Domain's effects this time were slightly stronger than against the Great Lord-ranked Frost Giant. Though the stamina consumption rate was the same, their movement and attack speeds had now decreased by 50%. Chapter 673, Grinding a Boss. Before Kola and the other MTs could reach the Frost Giant, the Grand Lord raised its iron fists and smashed the frozen ground heavily ice thorns. As if the frosty ground had transformed into water, waves rocked the surroundings. Every wave rolled the ground. Amidst these waves, ordinary players would struggle to stay on their feet. Although Kola and the others were experts, even they could barely advance, following which, glistening ice spikes exploded from the ground, one after another. Even the slightest touch dealt nearly minus 3,000 damage to Kola and the other MTs. This attack was obviously much stronger than the Great Lord-ranked Frost Giants. Everyone's chests tightened at this situation. Could they really defeat this Frost Giant? Damage dealers on the sides can attack freely. Blackie cast Guardian of Light on Kola. Violet focus on damage. Shifeng leisurely commanded got it. Although Blackie was curious as to why Shifeng wanted him to use Guardian of Light on Kola so soon, he did not question the command. Immediately, he cast Guardian of Light on Kola. Initially, Kola lost nearly 5,000 HP with each hit from the Grand Lord. However, with Guardian of Light, the Frost Giant's attacks dealt less than minus 1,000 damage to the Guardian Knight. In addition, Guardian of Light healed Kola for roughly 600 HP every second. Against the Frost Giant's damage, Kola could survive quite a while without the healer's assistance, however. Shortly after Guardian of Light activated, the frost giant abruptly stomped its foot, dealing massive damage to all enemies within 10 yards. Naturally, Kola could not avoid the attack, as the giant's foot slammed him to the ground. A damage of over -3,000 points appearing above his head. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This attack was simply too frightening. Shifeng, however, was not surprised. This move was an instant kill move unique to the Hell mode Frost Giant. The Frost Giant would first use Fatal Blow against one enemy. If that enemy failed to withstand the attack and died, the nearest person would receive damage as well. However, as long as a player withstood the attack, the Frost Giant would not immediately repeat the attack on a new target. Good. Next, focus on dodging the icicles from above. Seeing as there were no major issues, Shifeng activated the Aura of Space and dashed towards the Frost Giant. He had no intentions of saving his stamina. The Frost Domain was a control spell. As long as he activated the Aura of Space, he would be immune to all control effects. In other words, the Frost Domain would not affect him, and he could fight without worrying about his stamina depleting too quickly. With Kola holding the boss's aggro, the other DPS began their relentless assault spells, and arrows bombarded the Frost Giant. Meanwhile, the melee classes desperately attacked the Grand Lord's joints, thereby disturbing its attack rhythm. The members of Zero Wings main force wore excellent equipment, and practically all of their skills could deal over -1,000 damage to the Frost Giant. Among the team members, Fire Dance and Rampant Blade were the strongest. The majority of Fire Dance's equipped Tier 3 gemstones were strength attributed. Every one of her normal attacks could deal over -1,000 damage. When she used Absolute Strike, she dealt nearly -6,000 damage, or over -10,000 damage, with a critical hit. As for Rampant Blade, he possessed the Blue Fire double-edged sword. Each swing dealt over -1,500 damage to the Grand Lord. With a 20% critical rate, he could occasionally deal over -3,000 damage. From time to time, he would also trigger Blue Fire Dance, dealing nearly -5,000 damage. His damage output was only second to Fire Dance's. Following them were Blackie and Violet Cloud. As the Frost Giant was an elemental being, it possessed some magic resistance. Hence, magic attacks were not as effective as physical attacks against the Grand Lord. Meanwhile, activating Silent Steps, Shifeng appeared directly above the Frost Giant. He sent a thunder flame explosion descending on the Grand Lord's head. 10-436. The effects are better than I expected. Shifeng glanced at the system notification panel, seeing a 98% skill completion rate. After he had consumed the 100-berry wine, he noticed that drink had been more effective than usual. Normally, he could only achieve a 96% completion rate with Thunder Flame Explosion, even with the help of the 100-berry wine, following which, Shifeng executed Chop. His motions were as smooth as flowing water. In the next moment, the 3 slashes he sent out intertwined into a single silver light, which tore everything in its path as it struck a single point. 12-846. This time, his Chop achieved a 99% completion rate. He was only a thread away from reaching 100%. Shifeng's astonishing damage shocked his fellow teammates. Chop was one of a swordsman's basic skills. Yet when Shifeng executed his Tier 1 Chop, his display was far different from other swordsmen's. Instead of dealing 3 damages, the skill only dealt 1. The skill's overall damage was even more frightening in the absence of a critical hit. Shifeng had dealt over -10,000 damage with his Chop. His damage was on the same level as Fire Dance's and Rampant Blade's critical hits, with their most powerful skills. This was simply inconceivable. Immediately after, Shifeng used Flame Burst, launching 15 attacks in quick succession. Every hit forced the Frost Giant to take half a step back. Moreover, each hit dealt over -16,000 damage, and over -32,000 damage, if it were a critical hit. The sight floored the other Zero Wing members into a momentary standstill. Don't focus on dealing more damage to the boss. Think about how you can improve your skill completion rates. It isn't often that you get to experience a mental suppression like this. Shifeng finally understood why the 100-berry wine was more effective than usual. The 100-berry wine had a side effect of blurring a player's 5 senses, dulling their perception. However, the Grand Lord's aura could negate much of this side effect, allowing players to maintain a clear state of mind even with the alcoholic effects. With this, players could execute their skills more efficiently. After Shifeng's reminder, everyone became aware of their own conditions previously. When they had drunk the 100-berry wine, they had not been able to maintain a clear state of mind. If they could practice their skills while sober, it would definitely help to improve their skill completion rates. Excitement gripped the team. They were no longer afraid of the Grand Lord. On the contrary, they stared at the Frost Giant, as if he were nothing more than a mountain of gold. Desire gripping their hearts. Using a Grand Lord as target practice was simply unbelievable. Yet Zero Wings members did just that. The rapid rise of everyone's skill completion rates allowed them to understand more about their respective skills. At the same time, this improvement also allowed them to reduce many of their excess motions, thereby reducing their stamina consumption rate significantly. A short moment later, the Frost Giant's HP fell to the 20% threshold. However, none of these players were satisfied. During this short period, everyone's skill completion rates had improved significantly. For example, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had managed to raise their skill completion rates by a stable 2%. Everyone else managed to raise theirs by a stable 1%. Originally, when raiding the hard mode Frost Giant, the team would have less than 70 people capable of fighting at this point. Now, however, every member of the team was still up and ready to fight. On the contrary, it was the Frost Giant who looked pitiful right now. You actually dare stand before me, the King of Frost? I will show you a power that you have never seen before. The Frost Giant bellowed, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Cold air began to gather and condense in the Frost Giant's hand. In the dark cavern, it seemed like the Frost Giant held a bright moon that dispelled the darkness. Why haven't we seen this move in hard mode before? A bad feeling started to creep up on Fire Dance before the Frost Giant attacked. Everyone could feel a bone-chilling cold wrap around their bodies. In the next moment, they began losing 500 HP every second. If the Frost Giant released its attack, it would likely obliterate the entire team instantly. When the Frost Giant held up the hill-sized ball of ice, which it had formed from the condensed cold air, Shifeng made his move Absolute Time. When activated, Absolute Time prevented enemies within a radius of 100 yards from using any skills or tools for 24 seconds. In this case, however, although the skill did affect the boss, it would only last 3 to 5 seconds at most. Even so, that was more than enough. Suddenly, the massive ice ball cracked and shattered. Meanwhile, the Frost Giant had weakened significantly following the interruption. Go. It's weak. Activate your berserk skills. Shifeng hurriedly shouted. Suddenly, everyone activated the power of darkness, their attributes increasing significantly in a fraction of a second. Spells and arrows bombarded the Frost Giant, forcing constant, painful screams from the Great Lord. Following which, the Frost Giant's HP rapidly decreased, and even its hard exterior began to burst. In the end, the Frost Giant was reduced to a clear puddle of water, leaving behind a massive resplendent gemstone and a mountain of loot. Chapter 674. Evolution of the Abyssal Blade. Starmoon City. Currently, due to the Stoneclaw Mountains, a large number of players had gathered in Starmoon City. Even White River City during its peak could not compete with the capital city's current crowd. The players gathered in the city were not limited to the elites and experts of Starmoon Kingdom. There were also players that had come from the Black Dragon Empire and the neighboring kingdoms. The city's population increased by the minute. Players filled the city streets and even crowded Starmoon City's normally desolate areas. Starmoon City really is a great place. With so many elites and experts here, we won't have to worry about not being able to recruit any players into our guild. Flameblood could not help his envy of Daybreak Fog when he saw that the majority of the players wandering the streets were level 29. Many players had even reached level 30 already. Heaven's Burial's elite members were currently level 28 or 29. Very few had managed to reach level 30. Yet, in Starmoon City, there were so many high-level players. Daybreak Fog would have a much easier time nurturing her branch's members than he would now that Heaven's Burial had obtained the first clear of the Frost Prison. Not only had its fame spread throughout Starmoon City, but the players in the Black Dragon Empire and the neighboring kingdoms also knew about Heaven's Burial's success. If Heaven's Burial recruited members in Starmoon City now, it could easily obtain a large number of elite members. In a few short days, the guild could easily form an army to explore the Stoneclaw Mountains. This is only natural. Why else did you think guild leader chose this place? Daybreak Fog smiled. She then pointed towards Ouroboros's guild residence, saying, as long as we help guild leader complete his quest, both Ouroboros and the Star Alliance will live in fear of our shadow. Just as the members of Heaven's Burial chatted while waiting to receive orders from their guild leader, the sound of a system announcement suddenly rang near everyone's ears. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 9 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 gemstone of a random attribute, 100 Starmoon Kingdom reputation points, and 10 humanity reputation points. God's Domain Southern Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 10 million EXP, 5 Tier 3 gemstones of random attributes, 100 Starmoon Kingdom reputation points, and 20 humanity reputation points. God's Domain Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 15 million EXP, 10 Tier 3 gemstones of random attributes, 200 Starmoon Kingdom reputation points, and 30 humanity reputation points. The announcement repeated 5 times. For a moment, every player in Starmoon Kingdom fell silent. Inside the Frost Prison. Success! The Frost Giant is dead. Everyone suddenly shouted with joy. They had obtained the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon. None of them had ever dreamed of accomplishing this feat. The majority of these players had never been experts of the virtual gaming world. They were merely ordinary players who had followed Shurfang's lead. This was one of the most difficult Hell mode team dungeons in God's Domain. Even super guilds did not dare to take on 100-man Hell mode team dungeons right now. They had simply claimed the first clear of hard mode and immediately prepared to raid the next high-level team dungeon. But Zero Wing had done it. Moreover, not a single player on the team had died. It was simply inconceivable. There was a fundamental difference between obtaining the first clear of a 100-man hard mode team dungeon and the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon. By obtaining the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon, their names would be recorded on the God's Domain glory list. If they claimed the first clear of a 100-man hard mode team dungeon, at most, their names would be recorded on the glory list outside of the dungeon for future players to see. However, by claiming the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon, not only would they have their names on the dungeon's glory list, but they would also have their names on the God's Domain glory list, which could be found in the Glory Temple in the various major cities throughout the continent. Players throughout God's Domain would see their names, and their fame would soar instantly. How could anyone not grow excited at obtaining such an honor? Of course, everyone understood that this achievement had only been possible due to Shurfang's leadership and guidance. Otherwise, they would never have had such an opportunity. Shurfang did not stop his teammates from celebrating as, inwardly, he was also excited. This was also his first time his name had ever been recorded on the God's Domain glory list. In his previous life, he was only able to gaze with envy at the other names in the Glory Temple. Now, however, he had become one of those people. Even though he tried to maintain his calm, he could not suppress the wild elation in his heart. After a moment, Shurfang managed to calm himself. He then slowly walked up to the Frost Giant's remains and began to collect the loot right before finishing off the frost giant. Shifeng had activated divine providence, allowing his luck to soar. In addition to the first clear bonus, the number of items the frost giant dropped was extraordinary. At a glance, there were over 100 items scattered across the ground. Of course, the majority of them consisted of rare materials. What a harvest! From this single raid, 1/3 of the materials I need for the stables have dropped. After a few more, I'll be able to start the construction, Shifeng muttered as he casually glanced at the items. Suddenly, his eyes shone as he exclaimed, "An epic item!" There were 0 chances for an epic item to drop in a 100-man hard mode team dungeon. For hell mode, though, there was a very small chance of one dropping. Hence, even in the past, epic items were extremely rare. Unless they were extremely lucky, ordinary players had no hope of getting their hands on one. Only large guilds would have quite a few epic items. However, those required the efforts of the entire guild. What's this? Shifeng quickly discovered a faintly glowing golden crystal. Having never seen this item before, he unconsciously used omniscient eyes to examine it. Mana crystal. Contains a frightening level of mana. Rumor has it that this is the best material for forging magic weapons. The best material for forging magic weapons? Shifeng's jaw hit the floor. Magic weapons were far rarer than epic items. Every magic weapon possessed an extraordinary history. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hands was one such example. The master smith Alices had personally forged the magnificent weapon. The materials used would not have been one bit inferior to that of legendary items. The value of a material that could be used to forge a magic weapon would most likely rival that of an epic item, or even surpass it, because a magic weapon's strength depended on the skills of the forger system. Abyssal Blade has discovered an evolution item. Would you like the Abyssal Blade to absorb the item and evolve? Suddenly, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. This is an evolution item? Shifeng gazed at the faintly glowing golden crystal in his hand in amazement. Aside from leveling up, the Abyssal Blade could evolve. Only, the system had never revealed the conditions for its evolution. Moreover, Shifeng had only managed to learn very little information regarding magic weapons in the past, so he was not sure how to evolve a magic weapon unexpectedly. He had actually obtained the evolution item required after obtaining the first clear of a 100-man team dungeon. Should I evolve it or not? Shifeng knew that the stronger a magic weapon became, the stronger the backlash would be when it occurred. After giving it some thought, Shifeng gritted his teeth and agreed to evolve the Abyssal Blade on the path of experts. If one did not move forward, they would be left behind. Since he aimed to reach the peak of God's domain, he would encounter countless experts and monstrous players. If he could not even control a single magic weapon, how was he supposed to face those monsters? Chapter 675, Bountiful Loot. After Shifeng clicked to evolve the Abyssal Blade, the golden crystal in his hand suddenly atomized, transforming into a stream of golden mist that flowed into the Abyssal Blade. Suddenly, the Abyssal Blade began to tremble and emit a flickering golden light. A short moment later, the Abyssal Blade's exterior also began to transform. The silver sword darkened to pitch black once more. This time, however, eye-catching, bright red runes covered the sword's blade. This is an evolution. Shifeng was stunned. He could clearly feel that the Abyssal Blade had changed massively. His compatibility rate with the magic weapon had particularly increased. It felt as if the weapon had been tailored for him. However, unlike the Abyssal Blade's usual commotion when it leveled up, the weapon had not changed beyond its appearance. It was simply inconceivable. Immediately, Shifeng investigated the Abyssal Blade's attributes. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 655. All attributes plus 45. Attack speed plus 15. Ignore levels plus 15. Attacks have 50% chance to cause 200% damage, 25% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20% if wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 3 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 30. Can be upgraded. Devour 20 level 35 fine gold weapons, and 3 level 35 dark gold weapons, to upgrade to level 35. Equipment Tier 1. Can be evolved. Devour 10 mana crystals to evolve to Tier 2. Additional skill 1. Phantom Kill Tier 1. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 80% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration: 1 minute, 10 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional skill 2. Abyssal Bind, Tier 1. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration: 4 seconds. Cooldown: 50 seconds. Additional skill 3. 9 Dragon Slash, Tier 1. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 60% damage. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional skill 4. Abyssal Curse, Tier 1. Prevents all targets within a radius of 30 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds, and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target within range. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor, Tier 1. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds, or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 33 stacks of Death Aura. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 12 hours. The Master Smith Alices personally created the Abyssal Blade, using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%, unable to be dropped, unable to be traded. So this is what an evolution looks like. Shifeng finally understood what was going on. The Abyssal Blade's evolution had only provided minor improvements in terms of attributes. However, it had increased the tiers of the magic weapon's additional skills, upgrading them from Tier 0 to Tier 1 skills. It was similar to how players upgraded their skills only. While players required skill proficiency to upgrade their skills, the Abyssal Blade required mana crystals. Although the additional skills had not improved much after the evolution, the skills would now be more effective on high-tiered monsters, but this mana crystal was not easy to obtain. It only drops from 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons, and its drop rate is really low. Shifeng smiled bitterly. It was not easy to raid 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. Not to mention, there was only a chance for a mana crystal to drop from each raid. If one did not have the support of a powerful guild, it was practically impossible to evolve their magic weapon. Although the Abyssal Blade's evolution had been an unexpected windfall for Shifeng, the Frost Giant's other loot was extremely bountiful, as well. Shifeng spent over a dozen minutes organizing the loot. In total, they had obtained 26 weapons and equipment pieces in this raid. Aside from 1 epic weapon, 2 Tier 1 weapons, 8 dark gold set pieces, and 7 dark gold weapons and equipment had dropped. The remaining non-material items were fine gold set pieces. The harvest this time really is massive. Not only did an epic item drop, but we also obtained 2 Tier 1 weapons. Shifeng immediately began appraising the epic item and Tier 1 weapons. Among the many weapons and equipment pieces that dropped, the epic item definitely ranked first in terms of value. The Tier 1 weapons followed closely behind. Aside from epic weapons, a Tier 1 weapon was the best weapon available for a Tier 1 class. Although Tier 1 weapons were only slightly superior to dark gold weapons in terms of attributes, they specifically catered to a single class. Hence, these weapons allowed players to exert more of their strength in combat. Divine Frost Armor, Plate Armor, Epic Rank. Level 30, Level 90. Equipment requirement. Strength 240, Agility 150. Attributes adjust according to the user's level. HP increased by 20%, defense increased by 30%, evasion plus 20. Ice resistance plus 30. Defend plus 2 levels. Ignore levels plus 10. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Frost domain. Reduce the movement speed and attack speed of all enemies within a range of 20 yards by 20%. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Frost shield. When attacked, there is a fixed chance to generate a frost shield that reduces damage received by 50%. Additional active skill dash. Freezing air. Increases defense by 100% and reduces magic damage received by 80% for 15 seconds. Reduces enemies' movement speed within 15 yards by 40% each second. After being slowed for 3 seconds, they will be frozen for 7 seconds cooldown. 3 minutes. Tempest's Breath, two-handed saber, tier 1 weapon. Level 30, Level 50. Class requirement, Berserker. Attack power plus 748, currently level 30. Strength plus 50, agility plus 45, endurance plus 40. Ignore 20% of the target's defense. Ignore levels plus 10. All Berserker skills plus 1 level. Durability 160/160. Attacks have 15% chance to trigger whirlwind / passive, dealing 180% weapon damage to surrounding enemies. 20% chance to trigger fatal blow, dealing 220% weapon damage to target and inflict bleed, reducing target's HP by 20% over 6 seconds. Windchaser. Longbow, tier 1 weapon. Level 30, Level 50. Class requirement, Ranger. Attack power plus 708, currently level 30. Strength plus 43, agility plus 55, endurance plus 42. Attack speed plus 3, accuracy plus 10%. Ignore levels plus 10. All Ranger skills plus 1 level. Durability 140/140. Attacks have 10% chance to trigger wind's protection, increasing arrow speed by 60%, and inflicting 170% weapon damage. 20% chance to trigger quadruple stars, transforming 1 arrow into 4, each dealing 90% weapon damage. When Sherfeng shared these weapons and equipment pieces statistics, the team forgot about their joy of claiming the first clear of Hell mode completely. This epic plate armor is insane. This is perfect for dealing with agility-focused bosses and players. Cola stared at the armor, mesmerized. MT classes were not particularly agile. With the Frost domain, however, MTs could make up for this weakness, their strength reaching a whole new level. Now that you've seen the items for yourselves, let's start the team auction, Sherfeng announced. Chapter 676, Famous. White River City. Before Heaven's Burial's popularity could reach its peak, White River City's players had turned away from the guild, leaving it in the cold. Zero Wing was the only thing on everyone's minds, as expected of the #1 guild of our city. Zero Wing has actually claimed the first clear of the Hell mode Frost prison so quickly. That's right. I heard that. Even until now, there has yet to be a single guild that has successfully raided a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon in the entire game. Even those super guilds don't have the courage to challenge them. Yet Zero Wing dared to, and they succeeded. The strength of Zero Wing's main force definitely ranks at the peak of God's domain. It really makes you wonder just how the guild has managed to find so many experts. Find? You have the wrong idea. My friend is a member of Zero Wing's main force, and I am very familiar with his strength. When we started playing God's domain, he was even slightly weaker than I was. However, ever since he joined Zero Wing, his strength has improved at a rate beyond the imagination. At this point, he has even reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor, becoming one of the few experts in White River City. That's not possible, right? What's not possible? I've been regretting my decision to join my current guild ever since. Although we are both core members of our respective guilds, I'm just a noob compared to my friend. As the sun began to drop below the horizon, the number of players who wandered into the Blue Moon Bar increased. When speaking about Zero Wing, many could not help but sigh with regret initially. Zero Wing had merely been a small and insignificant guild. Now, however, not only had it become White River City's unquestioned overlord, but it had also become the focal point of God's domain. Many guild players wallowed in their regret. Had they had only chosen to join Zero Wing, they would have enjoyed extraordinary status and fame by now. Many guilds' elites even swore a silent oath to leave their current guilds and join Zero Wing, even if they had to compensate their guilds for the loss. It was much better than remaining a nobody for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, in Starmoon City, the news of Zero Wing's first clear of a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon caused a massive sensation to sweep through the city. This sudden development had changed many players, who had intended to join Heaven's Burial, minds, opting to join Zero Wing instead. Just how did Zero Wing manage it? We're talking about Hell Mode. Flame Blood utterly refused to believe the news. Although their guild had never dived into a 100-man Hell Mode dungeon before, they had obtained a lot of information from super guilds. Not only were the dungeon's monsters stronger in terms of attributes, but the final boss was also capable of mental suppression. When fighting the final boss, players could not display their usual strength. Even a team of 5th floor experts would lose as much as 2/3 of their strength. Hence, the various super guilds had given up on raiding Hell Mode, focusing on raiding other 100-man dungeons to earn guild reputation instead. Yet, Zero Wing had done it. Moreover, Zero Wing's achievement instantly shattered the momentum that Heaven's Burial had gained after many difficulties. Sure enough, Black Flame is not as simple as he looks. He has hidden his strength so deeply. Daybreak Fog muttered as she absorbed the information with great interest. The files she read were all about Black Flame. Although Heaven's Burial's information network is not as extensive those super guilds, it is still significantly more thorough than other first-rate guilds. However, we have close to no information regarding Black Flame's background. It is as if he just appeared out of thin air one day. However, we don't have to pay too much attention to this matter right now. We've already recruited quite a number of elite players. Now we need to improve everyone's levels and equipment quickly and prepare to complete the task Guild Leader has assigned to us. When Guild Leader completes his quest, Heaven's Burial will become Starmoon City's overlord. At that time, Zero Wing will no longer be an obstacle. No ordinary NPC city could compete with Starmoon City in games. Players competed with each other via resources. Meanwhile, the resources available in God's domain's various regions were limited. As the capital city of a kingdom, Starmoon City naturally offered more resources than any other city in the kingdom. The city also offered a more convenient transportation system. Visiting players from other kingdoms and empires who wished to explore Starmoon Kingdom could only teleport to one city, Starmoon City. Only after teleporting to Starmoon City could they teleport to the other cities in Starmoon Kingdom. This alone was enough to allow Starmoon City to stand above its competitors in the kingdom. Not to mention, Starmoon City had far more high-level maps and dungeons within its region. Aside from Starmoon Kingdom, the various large guilds across God's domain began to turn their attention to Zero Wing, particularly first-rate guilds and super guild. Zero Wing? Isn't that the upstart guild that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion failed to annihilate? If it can claim the first clear of a 100-man Hell Mode dungeon, some major corporation must be funding it in secret. It seems we'll have to investigate. Meanwhile, inside Twilight Echo's guild residence, despite being a veteran first-rate guild, Twilight Echo was in a turmoil initially. They had not particularly cared about Zero Wing. After all, it was simply a farce Aqua Rose had concocted. Now, however, the situation had changed. The Zero Wing that Aqua Rose currently occupied had claimed the first clear of a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. Even super guilds lacked this achievement. This went to show that Zero Wing's strength was extraordinary. At the very least, the standard of the guild's main force must rank at the very peak of God's domain. However, nobody among Twilight Echo upper echelon believed that Black Flame was the one responsible for such a powerful team. After all, before God's domain, nobody in the virtual gaming world had ever heard of him. The only possibility was that Aqua Rose was responsible for the team's creation. I told you that Aqua Rose possessed immense potential. Yet you were adamant about chasing her out of Twilight Echo. If Aqua Rose were still with us, given the guild's background, we would have become the next super first-rate guild by now. Tell me then, what should we do now? A middle-aged man with a righteous air huffed angrily. Elder True Marshal, there is no need to get so agitated. We were left with no other choice. After all, her parents made the decision. It wouldn't be right to meddle with their family affairs. A lady nearing her 40s assuaged. However, now that everyone has seen what that child is capable of, I believe that everyone present understands what this means. This farce has gone on for long enough. It's time that we bring that child back to us. At the Twilight Echo's elder meeting, Brilliant War God was livid. He had never expected Aqua Rose to be so capable. She had actually managed to develop a small guild into a large guild that even Twilight Echo could not ignore. Listening to the elder's intentions, he realized that he could never coerce Aqua Rose in the future guild leader Glorious. What is your will? Elder True Marshal asked coldly as he turned to Glorious Echo, who sat comfortably on the guild leader's throne back then. Glorious Echo had strongly advocated stripping Aqua Rose of her position as an honorary elder. Now, however, Aqua Rose's strength was clear for all to see. Twilight Echo was not a one-man guild. If Glorious Echo continued to hinder Aqua Rose's return to the guild, he would make an enemy of every elder in the guild. Glorious Echo, who had held his silence through the meeting, smiled and responded indifferently. Since everyone has decided, I will not object. However, Chapter 677, Solomon's Sword. Inside the Frost Prison, after Shifeng announced the start of the auction, a heated competition began between every member of the team. They even fought fiercely over the dark gold set pieces, much less the epic ranked Divine Frost armor. The bids continuously increased by 1,000 GCP increments. Zero Wings GP was not cheap. Each point was roughly the equivalent of 30 copper. In other words, 1,000 GCPs were worth roughly 3 gold to the majority of independent players. 3 gold coins was an astronomical price. Normally, these players would only have several silver coins in their pockets, maybe 10 or 20 silver if they were slightly stronger. However, in the hands of Zero Wing's main force members, that amount of money was practically nothing. After a brief moment of bidding, the price for the Tier 1 two-handed saber, Tempest's Breath, had reached 50,000 GCPs. If converted to coins, that would be 150 gold. However, the true value of a Tier 1 weapon was far more than 150 gold, as it could last until level 50. It would only start to lose its value after players attained their Tier 2 class. Meanwhile, among the Berserker's current weapons, Rampant Blade's Bluefire double-edged sword was the strongest. However, it was slightly weaker than the Tier 1 Tempest's Breath. Hence, the Berserkers desperately fought to outbid each other. Some even sought to loan GCPs from their friends. Rampant, you lost out big time this time. After spending nearly all of your GCPs on the Bluefire double-edged sword, you couldn't compete for the Tempest's Breath even if you wanted to. Turtledove could not help but tease the Berserker as she smiled at the anxious Rampant Blade. What are you gloating for? If not for Big Brother Cola and Boss Wumian having Tier 1 sets, Guild Leader would not have given you the Divine Frost armor. Rampant Blade rolled his eyes at the female Guardian Knight. Although the effects of a complete Tier 1 set equipment were frightening, the attributes on the Divine Frost armor were simply too good. It was only slightly inferior to a Tier 1 set equipment. In terms of combat, the Divine Frost armor might even be better. Ignoring Rampant Blade's words, Turtledove hugged the Divine Frost armor to her chest, smiling gleefully. Although she owed the guild a large number of contribution points after obtaining the Frost armor, with it, she could earn GCPs much faster than before. Moreover, with the Frost armor, her combat power instantly rose to the same level Cola and Yi Wumian, making her one of the top 3 MTs in the guild. While Turtledove joyfully celebrated her prize, Shadow Sword spent 85,000 GCPs to gain the Tempest's Breath. Minor Wind, one of the 5 demon generals, purchased the Tier 1 weapon Windchaser for 92,000 GCPs. Both Shadow Sword and Minor Wind were Zero Wing's core combatants. Although they were not as strong as Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, they had still passed the 5th floor of the Trial Tower. making them both experts who had reached the 6th floor. Now that they both had a Tier 1 weapon, their combat power had improved significantly after the auction was over. Seeing as it was relatively late in God's domain, everyone logged out to rest. Only a few people, such as Shadow Sword and Minor Wind, continued to play. They intended to test out their new weapons. Hence, they all went to the Divine Colosseum to train just as Sherfong was about to leave the Frost Prison. The sound of a system notification suddenly reached his ears. System. There is a strange image engraved on the elemental core left behind after the Frost Giant's death. Do you wish to investigate it? Strange image. Sherfong turned to the massive, resplendent gemstone that he had previously ignored. The blue gemstone was as tall as he was. If not for the system notification, he would not have noticed the palm-sized image engraved on the gemstone's exterior. Why haven't I encountered this notification in the past? Sherfong walked up to the gemstone and inspected the image carefully. He discovered that it was an extraordinarily complex magic array. It was by far one of the most complex magic arrays he had ever seen. It was as intricate as an electronic instrument. When Sherfong touched the image, the elemental core suddenly began to shrink. From the size of an adult human, the massive gemstone shrank to the size of a fist in the blink of an eye. System. Quest Solomon's Treasure, activated quest details. An immensely powerful magic array has been carved into the elemental core along with Solomon's symbol. You might gain an unexpected bounty if you take this elemental core to a great mage quest rewards. Unknown, is this a bonus quest for obtaining the first clear of hell mode? Sherfong involuntarily shuddered when he heard the name Solomon. There were countless weapons in God's domain. However, while epic weapons were exceedingly rare, legendary weapons were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Among the 10 most famous legendary weapons in the past, one of them had been Solomon's sword. Although Sherfong did not know how Solomon's treasure and Solomon's sword were related, even the faintest of connections was amazing. It was enough to make every melee class in God's domain mad with greed. Legendary items were powerful enough to allow a person to challenge opponents of a higher tier. The 10 great legendary weapons, however, stood out from the crowd. Sherfong had heard many deeds involving the 10 great legendary weapons in the past. To put it in another way, not a single player in God's domain would ignore one of these weapons. One of the most sensational occurrences had been a Tier 3 player's provocation of a Tier 5 player. In the end, the two fought each other with everything they had. However, when everyone had believed that the Tier 3 player was finished, that Tier 3 player had actually managed to escape their opponent in God's domain. The difference between tiers was massive. A Tier 5 player could massacre a group of Tier 3 players effortlessly. Hence, it was practically a miracle that the Tier 3 player had managed to escape. The incident had shocked God's domain, as that person had broken one of the game's iron rules. Afterward, that Tier 3 player reached Tier 4, and when he encountered the Tier 5 player again, he only took a few seconds to finish his opponent off. After the incident, the various large guilds investigated the mysterious player, hoping to find the cause for such an upheaval. In the end, they discovered that the Tier 3 player's weapon had been one of the 10 great legendary weapons. Afterward, that person went on to become a Tier 6 God-ranked player. He had also been a member of the famous Midnight Tea Party, known as the Mage God Gaia. Although Gaia had only begun playing God's domain during the middle stage of the game, both his talent and luck were far beyond that of the ordinary person. He quickly became a Tier 6 God-ranked player, becoming a massive headache for super guilds. Now that he had a clue that could possibly lead towards one of the 10 great legendary weapons, even Sherfong was shocked senseless. Although he currently had the Abyssal Blade, at the end of the day, a magic weapon was only a magic weapon. It was significantly inferior to a legendary weapon, not to mention one of the 10 great legendary weapons. Such an item was almost a myth. Even in God's domain, Sherfong carefully stored the elemental core, and with trembling hands, took out a return scroll. Calm down. Calm down, Sherfong told himself repeatedly. However, he could not keep his thoughts from wandering towards Solomon's sword. I should meet with Weissman for now. Although there were quite a number of Tier 3 great mages in White River City, there was only one Tier 4 great wizard. Weissman Sherfong did not believe that ordinary great mages would know much about Solomon. Only those old fellows who had lived for over 100 years would have detailed information. Ordinary players had no chance of gaining an audience with Weissman. Fortunately, Sherfong was a count of White River City. He was a true major noble. Even Weissman would not dismiss him casually. Furthermore, the two were familiar with each other. Chapter 678, Top of the World. As the sky darkened, the magic lamps lining the streets of White River City lit up, brightly illuminating the entire city. Quite a number of merchant players crowded the streets, purchasing equipment and materials. At this time, many combat players were returning to the city after a day of hard work. These combat players usually sold their unwanted materials, as well as spent a portion of the day's earnings on some delicacies and alcohol. By now, everyone had already adapted to their new lives in the world of God's domain. The players on the streets of White River City were currently chatting merrily with each other. The hot topics either relating to Zero Wing or the currently popular Stoneclaw Mountains. After returning to the city, Sherfong reverted his appearance to that of Yifeng's. When he walked through the city streets, he immediately became the center of attention. Look, that guy's a member of Zero Wing. His equipment looks awesome. He must be an elite member of Zero Wing at the very least. It would be great if we could get him to carry us. Zero Wing really is amazing. Even a random member of the guild is level 30 and has such enviable equipment. It's a pity I failed to get through their test today. I'll definitely have another go at it in a few days. The six-winged emblem was something extremely familiar to the players of White River City. Unfortunately, the number of players who could sport this six-winged emblem was quite low. From time to time, female players would send flirtatious glances at Sherfong, causing some male players to look at him with disdain. Tisk. What's so good about him? Isn't he just some lucky bastard basking in Zero Wing's limelight? If I got into Zero Wing, I'd definitely have much better achievements than him. A level 25 male summoner snorted in discontentment. If you have the ability, you can go take Zero Wing's test. If you manage to become an elite member of Zero Wing, I'll come fawn over you as well, a beautiful short-haired woman said to the male summoner, giggling. Only, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. The crowd near the male summoner broke into laughter. Nowadays, Zero Wing was very famous. Countless players were trying to join the guild. Plenty of elite members of other guilds had also withdrawn from their guilds to transfer to Zero Wing. But despite so many players applying to Zero Wing, the guild's member count did not increase by much. One could just imagine how difficult it was to enter the guild. Zero Wing's entrance examination was rigorous and had very high requirements. The guild had always put quality before quantity. However, anyone who passed the test would only be an ordinary guild member. Those who wished to become an elite member would have to accumulate a certain amount of GCPs to qualify for the elite test to become an elite member. In short, Zero Wing's requirements were far more stringent than other guilds. Hence, it was incredibly difficult to become an elite member of Zero Wing. Any person who managed to become an elite member of Zero Wing was already an expert in the eyes of ordinary players. Sherfong simply smiled at the gossiping of the crowd. Shaking his head, he donned a black cloak and quickly made his way to the city hall. A female receptionist dressed in neat office attire came up to Sherfong and asked, "Good day, sir. How may I be of service to you today?" "I wish to meet with Lord Weissman." Sherfong showed his count emblem. "Lord Count, please follow me." Upon seeing the count emblem, the receptionist immediately led Sherfong to the inner sanctum of the building. After waiting for several minutes, Sherfong was then shown into Weissman's office. "Young man, what brings you to this old man today?" Weissman asked warmly as he stroked his white beard. "Lord Weissman, please take a look at this." Sherfong retrieved the elemental core from his bag. The instant Sherfong took out the elemental core, Weissman squinted his eyes, a serious expression appearing on his face. "Young man, you really are something." Weissman felt a little surprised as he carefully inspected the elemental core. Logically speaking, this thing should not exist in this world anymore. Yet you've actually managed to obtain it. Your luck truly is extraordinary. It's no wonder that little girl Charlene says that you have heaven-defying luck. Lord Weissman, do you know what this item is? Sherfeng asked hurriedly. Judging from Weissman's reaction, he could tell that there was more to this item than met the eye after inspecting the magic array engraved on the elemental core. Weissman could only shake his head and say, "It is still too early for you to come into contact with this thing. If you wish to challenge this, I advise you to do so only after you become stronger." Lord Weissman, may I know how strong I need to be? Sherfeng asked. Reach Tier 3. Weissman immediately provided Sherfeng with a definite answer. Tier 3. Sherfeng could not help his surprise. Is it really impossible for me right now? Although he knew that the quest would not be simple, he had not thought that the difficulty would be so excessive. He was still a long way from obtaining his Tier 2 class, not to mention the level 100 Tier 3 class in the past. Even after a decade had passed, Tier 3 players were still considered peerless experts, as the majority of the player population failed to attain their Tier 3 classes at all. For Solomon's Treasure to be a quest that required him to have a Tier 3 class to complete it, its difficulty was simply ridiculous. However, this revelation also further convinced Sherfeng that Solomon's Treasure might be somehow related to Solomon's sword. It's not exactly impossible. The problem is, with your current strength, you won't be able to reach that place. Weissman laughed. Won't be able to reach? Sherfeng came to a realization. He did not lack the strength to complete the quest, but only the strength to arrive at the quest location. Lord Weissman, can you tell me where that place is? The top of the world, Mount Sogar. Weissman did not try to withhold the answer from Sherfeng. On the contrary, he sincerely explained, the magical array carved onto this elemental core is not only a map, but also a key. Meanwhile, the location indicated in the map is Mount Sogar. Setting aside how far that place is from Starmoon Kingdom, on your way there, you will have to pass through places with powerful monsters. Having a Tier 3 class is already the minimum. If you wish to arrive safely at Mount Sogar, you should reach my standard at the very least. Hence, you had best give up on that place for now. It won't be too late to go there once your strength reaches a sufficient level. You are still young. What you have is time. The top of the world. Sherfeng smiled. Sherfeng knew of this place. Although he had never personally been to Mount Sogar before, its fame as the top of the world was most likely known throughout God's domain. And indeed, just like Weissman had said, a Tier 3 class would be no different from food to the monsters one would encounter on the way to Mount Sogar. Even if he were still a level 200 Tier 3 Sword King right now, he would barely manage to reach Mount Sogar. He would also have to spend a long time traveling to get there, as the teleportation point nearest to Mount Sogar was 10 days away. Moreover, that was assuming that he could continue running for 10 days straight, and did not encounter any powerful monsters throughout the entire journey. Although he could shorten the travel time by using a mount, even then, it would still take a long time. However, Sherfeng had the position teleportation scroll, a Tier 4 scroll that allowed him to teleport to any location in God's domain, except for a few special spaces. Mount Sogar was not one of these exceptions. In other words, he could teleport there directly. Shortly after, Sherfeng bade farewell to Weissman and immediately ran back to the candlelight trading firm. As its moniker suggested, Mount Sogar was the tallest location in the entire God's domain. At the same time, it was also a domain that humans did not willingly enter, as a multitude of powerful monsters lived there. Even the human empires were powerless against the monsters there. In the past, there had been many players who had tried challenging that place. Although Sherfeng could head to Mount Sogar right now, he still needed to make a lot of preparations after he returned to his forging room. He immediately contacted Melancholic Smile. Melancholic, send the top-ranking alchemist and engineer within the trading firm to my forging room, please. Chapter 679. The Weapon That Ended an Era. Inside an advanced forging room of the Candlelight Trading Firm. Under Melancholic Smile's instructions, the Candlelight Trading Firm's most skilled alchemist and engineer immediately made their way to Sherfeng's forging room. Take a look at these for now, And tell me how confident you are at manufacturing these items, Shifeng said. He then passed 2 separate designs to the alchemist Nine Coasts, and the engineer Ocean Smile. The 2 people hurriedly nodded in response, not daring to act sloppily at all before Shifeng. Nine Coasts was the only intermediate alchemist of the candlelight trading firm, whereas Ocean Smile was the only intermediate engineer of the trading firm. In the past, both these people had boasted great achievements and had managed to set foot into the realm of masters back then. Even Shifeng, the guild leader of a second-rate guild, had to treat them with great respect. Yet now, these 2 people were very nervous while conversing with him. There was no hint of the arrogance they usually displayed when dealing with other lifestyle players within the firm. They were just like 2 obedient little kittens, as they earnestly studied the designs Shifeng had passed to them. However, this reaction of theirs was unavoidable. Black Flame was simply too preeminent in the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Not a single person did not know about Black Flame. He was a great character standing at the peak of Starmoon Kingdom. But at this very moment, such a great character was actually standing right before them, and was asking the both of them to perform a task for him. How could they not get flustered? After the 2 nervously studied the designs, surprise surfaced in their eyes. The designs Shifeng had passed to them were just too frightening. Guild leader, with how complicated this alchemy array is, even I have only around a 10% certainty of manufacturing it. If I can advance to an advanced alchemist, I might be able to raise the success rate to 20%. Nine Coasts said anxiously. What about you? Shifeng turned to look at the engineer. Ocean Smile stuttered. F5%. 5% is it? Shifeng frowned slightly when Ocean Smile saw such a reaction from Shifeng. He nearly collapsed on the spot after some pondering. Shifeng still gritted his teeth and said, "All right then. From now on, I'll permit you 2 to use the special forging rooms continuously, so focus all your attention on producing these items." The designs he had taken out were actually parts of the magic device design that he had obtained from the Dark Shrine as the weapon that ended the era of demons and gods. The difficulty of manufacturing it was extraordinary. Normally, even master-level characters had low success rates in fabricating the components of the magic device. What more of individuals who were not masters? Meanwhile, he was responsible for producing the magic device's core component. However, with his current standard as an intermediate forger, manufacturing it was still beyond him. I need to raise my proficiency. Shifeng could not help but sigh as he looked at the design, which comprised over 20 pages. Sure enough, a magic device isn't that easy to produce. However, without a magic device, he did not dare to travel to the top of the world. The outer area of the Stoneclaw Mountains, in a forested valley surrounded by mountains, lights from spells, sparks, and light stones were visible in the vicinity. Ever since Stone Forest Town opened to the public, the Stoneclaw Mountains had become the hunting grounds of expert teams. Even in the dead of night, the number of teams passionately grinding in the regional dungeon did not decrease in the slightest. The various teams were grinding for magic crystals and equipment. Day in and day out, magic crystal was the standard currency used at the Divine Colosseum. Since the Stoneclaw Mountains was a level 30 to level 49 regional dungeon, the equipment that the monsters inside dropped naturally ranged between level 30 to level 45. Moreover, the quality of the equipment dropped at the Stoneclaw Mountains was just slightly inferior to those dropped in large-scale team dungeons. Only the amount of equipment that a boss inside the Stoneclaw Mountains dropped each time was very small. Now that Zero Wing had claimed the fame of clearing a level 30, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon, there was no longer any point in guilds competing over the first clears of other level 30, 100-man team dungeons. Shifting their attention to competing over team dungeons that were over level 30 was more beneficial. After all, reaching level 30 was only a small milestone for players, and Zero Wing had merely gained a little advantage from this achievement. There were still milestones at level 40 and level 50. Hundreds of levels awaited them. The competition over level 30 large-scale team dungeons was just the beginning. Meanwhile, the Stoneclaw Mountains was the best location for training and preparing to compete for the first clears of future large-scale team dungeons. Not only could they level up quickly at this place, but they could also gain a hefty amount of magic crystals. Most importantly, they could obtain a lot of high-level equipment here in short order, setting aside the fact that team dungeons in the outside world had cooldown times, which greatly restricted the production volume of top-tier equipment. Players also took time to adjust when switching from one team dungeon to another. Players would waste a lot of time when going through this transition. However, regional dungeons were different. These had no cooldown time for entry. As long as one had sufficient strength, they could come here to grind for level 30 or above top-tier equipment at any time. It was very efficient. Guilds could build up a massive advantage for raiding 50-man and 100-man team dungeons in the future. Precisely because of this reason, various large guilds had frantically dispatched their members to the Stoneclaw Mountains boss. This lord dropped something. The Star Alliance assassin responsible for picking up the loot said excitedly. Meanwhile, the lord lying beside this assassin was a level 35 half-orc, over 3 meters tall. Scattered around this half-orc were many elite half-orc and special elite half-orc corpses, their total number exceeding 100 when Red Feather, who was resting underneath a large tree, heard the assassin's words. Joy surfaced on his face. Bring it here, and let me take a look at it, Red Feather said hurriedly. Although the Stoneclaw Mountains would drop plenty of level 30 and above equipment, most of these were level 30 common equipment. Boss, this is a level 35 fine gold longbow. The assassin passed the weapon to Red Feather excitedly. It's a really good bow. It's slightly better than a level 30 dark gold longbow. Willow has lucked out this time. As long as she reaches level 35, she can immediately replace her current weapon, Red Feather said enviously after appraising the attributes of the longbow. He and his team had been grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains for quite some time now. However, the loot of the bosses they killed was far from ideal. The majority of the bosses dropped only level 30 secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment. Very rarely would they drop level 35 fine gold weapons and equipment. However, we wasted a lot of time on this battle. If not for the majority of our team's weapons being fine gold rank, fighting these monsters might even have been dangerous. Red Feather still felt somewhat fearful when he thought back to the battle just now. The monsters of the Stoneclaw Mountains were generally stronger than the monsters found outside. The chieftains were only somewhat weaker than the lords of the outside world. The lords here were even more powerful. In terms of combat power, they could rival even the high lords of the outside world. Only their HPs were at normal standards. As for the level 35 lord-ranked half-orc their team faced just now, most of their melee weapons failed to even scratch the lord. Only fine gold weapons or above could cut through the tough skin of the half-orc lord and chip away at its combat power. In fact, Red Feather's team wasn't the only one experiencing such headaches. Any team that came to grind in the Stoneclaw Mountains found themselves facing similar problems. Every battle in the regional dungeon would greatly exhaust a team. Players who used secret silver weapons were even forced to use whetstones to recover their weapons' durability after fighting just one battle. Otherwise, their weapons were sure to break in the next engagement. As a result, the teams in the Stoneclaw Mountains could not fight continuously over long periods of time. Boss Red, Elder Purple Eye's team, has encountered 1 lord and 6 chieftains. They are in urgent need of backup right now. Purple Eye's team is too unlucky to have actually encountered so many monsters. Everyone, follow me immediately. Shortly after Red Feather's team began resting, Purple Eye, who was also one of the Star Alliance's top combatants, sent a request for help. Red Feather had no choice but to respond. Even if the standard of Purple Eye's team was very high, there was no way her 100-man team could take on the equivalent of 1 High Lord and 6 lords of the outside world simultaneously. Not to mention, there should also be plenty of elite and special elite monsters. However, the problem plaguing the various teams was actually making the candlelight trading firm in Stone Forest Town a fortune. Whether it was whetstones or advanced whetstones, none of the guilds had initially planned to purchase these items from the candlelight trading firm. However, the consumption of these items was simply too voracious. Their own production was insufficient. Hence, the guilds had no choice but to purchase these items from the candlelight trading firm. Due to this reason, the entire candlelight trading firm was extremely busy since several hundred whetstones might sell at any given minute. Meanwhile, during the time the various guilds were scrambling over the Stoneclaw Mountains, Shifeng cooped himself up inside a special forging room, frantically producing intermediate mana armor kits, and continuously increasing his forging proficiency for 4 whole days. Shifeng did not sleep or rest, spending all that time madly raising his proficiency. He only stopped when the sound of a system notification entered his ears. Meanwhile, Shifeng's level had also increased rapidly during this period. At this moment, he had already reached level 32. His leveling speed simply left one speechless. Chapter 680, Advanced Forger. System, congratulations! You are the first player to be promoted to an Advanced Forger, rewarding 10 magical gold and 20 million EXP. The system notification repeated 3 times. Upon the arrival of this system notification, Shifeng finally stopped producing intermediate mana armor kits. He had required a total of 24,000 proficiency points to advance from an intermediate forger to an advanced forger. That was double the amount necessary for the promotion from a basic forger to an intermediate forger. It really is tough work. Shifeng abruptly collapsed into a chair, breathing out a sigh of relief. With this standard, I should be able to manufacture the core component of the magic device. Even if he was producing intermediate mana armor kits, it normally should not have been possible to gain 24,000 proficiency points in just 4 days. However, he had the forging talent, forging genius, that every forger dreamed of obtaining. With each successful forging, he had a fixed chance to receive an additional 2 proficiency points, equivalent to successfully producing 1 more high-level item. The luck from Icarus's heart also helped increase his chances of triggering the effects of forging genius. Only with the combination of all these effects did he manage to become an advanced forger. Nevertheless, his success rate at producing the core component of the magic device would still be very low. Even though he was now an advanced forger, roughly 10% at most. If he became a master forger, though, his success rate could be as much as 30%. However, time waited for no man. Moreover, even if Shifeng had the Book of Forging, the Black Steel Insignia, and forging talent, advancing from an advanced forger to a master forger would still be extremely difficult. That promotion was no longer a problem of proficiency or success rate. One of the requirements for a player to become a master forger was the creation of their own weapons and equipment without relying on readily available forging designs. Doing so would not take days but rather months or years instead. Hence, even after a decade had passed, remarkably few players had managed to reach the level of master, setting aside the fact that Shifeng needed to advance to his Tier 2 class within a short period. Just the test for the Tier 2 class was already quite challenging. The test for one of the 10 Great Saint Legacies could only be more so. If he wanted to clear the test quickly, it was naturally better for him to be stronger. Solomon's treasure might allow him to improve his strength further. Needless to say, he had to complete the quest as soon as possible. During these 4 days, many things had also occurred in the vast god's domain. The most popular matter had to be the activation of the Divine Battlefield at the Divine Colosseum. The Divine Battlefield was a place for players to wage war against each other. Players could obtain points for killing other players in the Divine Battlefield, which they could then use to exchange for rewards. A wide selection of rewards was available, although the most attractive rewards were still weapons and equipment. The best reward players could trade for was dark gold set equipment. However, the number of points required to do so was immense. Moreover, the weapons and equipment received were non-tradable, and were usable for only the person who exchanged for them. Hence, even if the items dropped upon the owner's death, other people could not avail of said items, though they could sell them to NPCs at dismal prices to exchange for dark gold set equipment. Players were first required to reach the highest ranking battlefield. The Divine Battlefield was divided into multiple ranks: Soldier's Battlefield, General's Battlefield, Marshal's Battlefield, King's Battlefield, and Heroes Battlefield, with each succeeding rank having increasingly higher entry requirements. Only after reaching the Heroes Battlefield could players collect points to exchange for dark gold set equipment. However, this was also a good way for experts to upgrade their equipment. After all, even guilds had a hard time obtaining dark gold weapons and equipment. Hence, everyone's passion for the Divine Battlefield deepened when Fire Dance and her team participated in the Divine Battlefield. They would occasionally get slaughtered as well. The players visiting the Divine Battlefield did not come from just a single kingdom or empire. Instead, the entire God's domain shared a single Divine Battlefield. Against monstrous experts or the encirclement of 3 or 4 top-tier experts, even Fire Dance and the other Zero Wing Corps members could only accept fate. This experience also allowed her and the others to realize that, no matter how strong they had become, there was always someone stronger than they were. Even if they ranked at the top of a weak, little kingdom like Starmoon Kingdom, they were still insignificant beings in the vast world of God's domain. Meanwhile, the situation at the Stoneclaw Mountains was also heating up. Many teams had already begun clearing the monsters wandering in between the outer and inner areas of the dungeon, and upgrading their equipment very quickly. As a result, Zero Wing was also sending large numbers of members to the regional dungeon to grind and level up. For a time, competition within the Stoneclaw Mountains rapidly intensified, and quite often, friction and fighting would break out between players in the dungeon. With the passage of time and the continuous improvement of the system, many more experts would emerge in God's domain. Hence, Shifeng was in a hurry to improve himself further. Guild leader, here are the items you've asked for. The alchemist Nine Coast stacked a pile of components on top of the stone platform. Respectfully, he said, "These are all the components we've managed to make during these past few days. There are 70 sets here." After striving for 4 days, he and Ocean Smile had managed to manufacture only 70 sets of components. Despite receiving an endless amount of materials, their success rates were far lower than their initial estimates. They had spent a full 1,000 gold on manufacturing a mere 70 sets of components. If converted to credits, that amount of coins would be worth several million. At this point, they just wished they could crawl into a hole and die. After all, the materials required to manufacture each component cost roughly 30 silver. With over 1,000 gold, they could have produced over 3,000 individual components. Yet, the both of them combined had only managed to make 140. Their success rate did not even reach 5%. Okay. You can go back and continue making the components. Shifeng nodded. He was not surprised whatsoever by this abysmal success rate. All things considered, those were components required to manufacture a magic device. Their failure to achieve a 5% success rate was entirely within his expectations. After Nine Coasts left, Shifeng sorted his mood out and began producing the core component of the magic device. The core component required only a few materials. However, they were all rare materials. Even after the guild's combined efforts as well as purchases through Gentle Snow's connections, he had managed to collect only 100 sets of materials. The cost of one set was roughly 10 gold, so 100 sets cost about 1,000 gold. Meanwhile, Shifeng's success rate was only around 10%. Even the Star Alliance and Ouroboros would not be willing to take such a gamble. Fortunately, I'm earning quite a lot of money through Stone Forest Town and the Candlelight Trading Firm. Otherwise, even I wouldn't dare to take this risk," Shifeng muttered, smiling bitterly as he looked at the materials in his hands. The core component he was going to produce was a ball-shaped object. Just refining the metals required was already a difficult task. However, by relying on the ice blue devil flame, the metal he refined had relatively good color. What came next was molding the metal into the desired shape. If he was off by even a single millimeter, then the final product would end up as a failure. As for the last step, he had to engrave runes onto the metal ball. Time crept past. Shifeng went through 70 attempts in one go. In the end, only 3 out of the 70 attempts had succeeded. The difficulty of producing the core component was much higher than his initial expectations. I'm generally familiar with the process already. I should start using the magical gold now. Sherfeng considered the materials he had left. Feeling that he already had sufficient practice, the magical gold rewarded by the system was an extremely rare material. Not only could it increase his forging success rate, but it could also evolve an item at a fixed chance. Its market value was no less than 100 gold per piece initially. Sherfeng had taken 50 tries to produce one core component. Afterwards, however, he had managed to succeed twice out of 20. Without a doubt, his success rate had increased significantly, which was all due to his continuous experimentation using the simulation device. If he did not possess the simulation device of the special forging room, he would have most likely failed all 70 attempts. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.